switch, other foot. And other direction. And we're going to bring our arms up and stretch up as high as we can. To the side. Oh, that feels good. Up to the other side. Up as high up as you can get. And then we're going to bring it down. All right, that's the end of our morning stretching. If you guys want something exciting to do on tea break today, both downstairs, there'll be a slacklining demo. So if you've ever wanted to try balancing on a kind of bouncy thing, it's a line. It's called a line. It looks like a ribbon. A gigantic, tight ribbon that you walk on if you really have good core balance. Lo-chan's giving a demonstration of that, and it's there all day for you to play with. And I'll be outside here showing you about that fitness testing thing that you didn't try yesterday. If you want to try it today and you weren't too sure about what to do, I'll be giving a demo during tea break. So that's it until the talks start. Thank you very much.
Check, check.
Hi everyone, welcome back to day 2. I see some new faces, my cousin's there. Today we started 15 minutes late because looks like everyone wants to have a lazy Sunday. Please fill out the feedback forms, it's really important to us. We're glad, we got a lot of positive feedback yesterday, so that's great, but we'd love to know how we can improve this and make this better for the next edition. Santosh is starting in 2 minutes. After Santosh's talk is 20 minutes, there's been a little change in schedule. Suman's talk is after Santosh. She's going to be talking about habit formation, and that's not in the schedule. So Suman's talk will be between Santosh and Chitra's. Santosh is the founder of Runners High, a running club that's been active in Bangalore for a very, very, very long time. He's trained a lot of runners who've gone on to found their own running clubs as well. So he's here to talk about how a lot of people want to take up running or are already running. He's just going to talk about how it should be a way of life. Yeah. I just read out the title of the talks.
Morning, everyone. So, um, I'm here to talk about running, and my claim to fame is that I run. So, and that's what I know, and that's why I say running is a way of life. So, as you can see from the photos, it doesn't matter what age you are. You could be a kid, you could be a senior citizen, or you could be wearing a sari, you could be wearing shorts. Whatever it is, you can run, and it can be made as a part of your life. So, this is sort of the plan and what I'm going to go through in this talk. We'll just go over a few slides on why running, a few testimonials, what you need to look out for if you're going to start out with a running program, what you need to embrace when you're training, what you need to let go of, and what stays with you through this running experience, and I'm going to give you just a simple sample schedule to start with, and then a few points to remember and some parting thoughts. Firstly, why do people run? In most cases, they go to the doctor for the annual health checkup, and the doctor says you need to get on to some exercise. So the first thought that goes in is probably a walking routine or a running routine that will make me get my cholesterol under control and so on. So most times we start with the idea that I have to lose something or I have to do this because I have to get healthy. It's sort of a way that sort of says that there's no way out, you have to do this. It starts out with a negative thought. But there are people who started running because of other reasons, and there are many other motivation factors. Um, okay, sort of a spot quiz. Do you recognize any of these people on these photos here? On any of these four? That's Cliff Young. No, Vinod, you stop. You might have seen my presentation before. Anyone else? That's Jesse Owens, right? So Jesse Owens, um, during the time that Hitler was ruling, uh, the Olympics was in Germany, and he wanted to prove Aryan supremacy. But this guy goes out there and crashes the theory by winning medals after medals. And his motivation was very different. He wanted to prove to the world. At the same time, he felt running freedom. He felt he felt like he was flying, and he broke out from his crutches and he came out to run. Does anyone know? And that's Cliff Young, Vinod mentioned, the first photo over there. Cliff Young is an old chap. Um, every year in Australia, they conduct an ultra marathon, which is supposed to be the world's longest ultra marathon. It goes over weeks, over a week or 10 days. It's 875 kilometers across Australia. One particular year when they started the event, all the elite runners, ultra marathoners across the world are right there getting ready to start with their crews, with their vehicles and so on. This old man walks up to the registration desk and says, I want to run. And they say, we can't risk this, you may die and you have no one to support you, we're not going to do this. But he was insistent and he said, I'm from Australia, you should let me do and all of this. So they said, okay. The run started. By the end of the first night, all the elite runners took rest, and that's what they do. They do take some sleep breaks. So they took rest for a few hours. Through the day, Cliff Young was far behind, probably doing what is now famously known as the Young Shuffle. Okay, and by the morning, when these guys wake up, Cliff Young has crossed them. He didn't sleep a wink. He just kept running, and he did that for 5 days and broke the record by 2 days. And they asked him, how were you able to do this? Do you train? He said, I don't train. This is how I live. I herd sheep. And I herd sheep for months together, and I just go into the mountains, I just run after them. By the way, you should meet my mom. She's even more sturdier than me, and she runs longer than me. She was also herding sheep. So that's how Cliff Young became famous. Does anyone know the father and son duo over here in the second photo? Sorry? Correct. Correct. So this is Dick and Rick Hoy. Rick is a spastic quadriplegic. He can't, his muscle movement is impaired, and his speech is also impaired. So he actually communicates through the computer. When he was a kid, he came back from school, and he told his dad, tomorrow there's a 5K run, and I'm not going to be part of it because the entire school can run and I can't. The dad felt so bad, and the dad was out of shape, had no exercise background prior. He decided to push his son on a wheelchair. So that's where they started at a school run. They put him on a wheelchair, and then he pushed him through the wheelchair, and they finished the run. When they finished the run, Rick told his dad, Dick Hoyt, that he felt like he was running. He felt like when the wind was hitting on my face, I felt like I was running. And that was enough for the dad. They started out then, and till now they still take part in events, going on to Ironmans, ultra marathons, 24-hour runs, and longer events. And through all of this, the dad pulls the son, pushes him on the wheelchair while running, and while swimming, he puts him on a sort of a raft and pulls him along when he swims. And on the cycle, he again ties him to the cycle and he cycles along. And through all of this, they feel like they're participating together, and that's what drives them. The bonding between the dad and son was just far better through running and exercise. That last person on the screen, I don't expect many of you to know, unless you're from America. Okay, that's Steve Prefontaine. He's considered to be a prodigy in running. He died very young, only when he was 24, 26. But before he died, he broke all distance records in the US from 2,000 meters till 10,000 meters. That's unheard of because it's a wide range of events. To him, running was art. He felt like every time he went out to run, he was creating a piece of art that people can admire, like they would admire a painting. So there are different motivations and there are different ways that people get on to running. But each of them, when they get on to running, whatever their motivation, it does become a way of life. So what exactly is a way of life? When it becomes an integral pattern or a way that a group or a community behaves, that you sort of work around everything to ensure you can run. That's what I do. When I wake up in the morning, I ensure that I have time to run, and then I figure out whether I have to eat, I have to figure out when do I go to work and all of that. Oops. Yeah, can you? Got it. Thanks. All right. So now, who is considered a runner? And there's a big confusion in our heads. When I say runner, then when I introduce myself as I run, then they ask, "Oh, great. So do you participate in the Olympics?" I said no. So there is a wide range of definitions for a runner. An elite runner breaking records, yes, is a runner. Someone who thinks they're exercising, tries, fails, again tries, fails, is still a runner. As long as you put on your shoes and you go out and you take the first step, you're still a runner. In the end, anyone who sweats it out, takes those few steps, is a runner. So all of us can fit into this bracket. This is my mom. Um, she's now a senior citizen. Few years back, she trained for a half marathon, which is a 21-kilometer run. She trained for this over 3 or 4 months, and actually, she was part arm twisted, part sort of blackmail because I said, "Look, I'm training a lot of people. You better train with me, and let's get on with this." She wanted to start exercising and so on because the doctor said that her cholesterol levels were way over and her blood sugar levels were also high, and she was borderline diabetic. So I said, "You have to get on this, and no one better than me, and you better train with me and not someone else." So I wrote a schedule for her and she started out. And she made me promise that I won't make her run, that she'll only walk through all of this. And I agreed. But by the end of the training, she got so involved, she started running. And when she finished her first half marathon, the last 200 meters, she sprinted to the finish. So she really got into the whole running bug. This is Rajiv, a very good friend of mine, who was born with asthma. He had from his childhood, he had a chronic asthma, and he had a major breathing problem. And every time in monsoon, and especially in Bangalore, given the pollen, he had major allergy issues. And he tried everything, Ayurvedic, homeopathy, everything, and nothing seemed to give him permanent relief, or nothing seemed to work. But after he started running, it sort of stabilized. He could manage it, and he could carry on with his daily routine. It was not stopping him from carrying on with his life. And running became a part of his life. He also went on to do a 50-kilometer run in the Himalayas. So Once you are decided, what do you really need to look out for before you start? Few traps that people fall into, which I would like to warn you all about. First, someone who's going out, it need not be running for any exercise routine. First thing you're thinking is, if I'm going to wear this dress and go out, what are those other guys going to think of me? What are those guys in those gym going to think of me? What is that old uncle who's walking around my apartment complex going to think of me when I step out? Did that guy actually smirk at me when I tried running? So please banish those thoughts. Every person out there would like anyone who puts in a sincere effort and comes out. So maybe if you start thinking positively and see that the universe is working for you and not against you, things will fall into place. The second is an acronym. Keep it simple, stupid. So there's just a plethora of information out there, especially in this time. You got everything. You subscribe to some channel, you get messages about running and what is the best shoe and so on. You can get easily lost, like that guy in the picture. So please don't get into too much information. Keep it very simple. Get a good pair of shoes, go out and run. The third thing that most runners fall into is trying to expect too much and too soon. Most people expect results right away. You start running, and within a week or twice, you start looking on the weighing scale and seeing whether you're going to lose weight. I think the focus should be more on enjoying and making it part of your routine. All the results will follow. Process is what's more important. And then there are people who come up to me and say, you said this is going to be enjoyable. And 1 week I've been running and I'm only sweating and my legs are aching. How the hell am I going to enjoy this? But the same people after a few months come up to me and say, this is amazing. I'm going to get few more friends and let's all do this together. Or even after the run, they say this. And it's proven scientifically that after a run, there is a certain chemical called endorphins that gets released in your brain. And this is similar to getting a high from marijuana or any other drug. So it does give you a high, all sorts of exercise. So what do you need to embrace? What needs to be really, you need to put an effort and take on and accept is create a schedule or routine. You need to get a structure. And whatever routine it is, in the beginning stages, if you want to work it around your life, your work and everything, that's fine. But just create some routine as simple as possible and start following it so that it becomes part of your life. The second thing is friends or community. It's always better and easier if you know someone else is doing it with you. So either it's someone who's already started and is already on an exercise regimen, you can go join them, or someone who wants to start with you. Or better still, a group of people or a community, your apartment or your office folks, your team, could be anyone. Have a purpose or goal. Keep it really smart, specific, measurable, attainable. It should be relevant or realistic and time bound. So it could be as simple as at the end of 1 month, I want to run around my apartment complex 4 times without stopping. That's still a very smart goal. That's enough. Over 1 month, you keep training slowly to reach that goal. Symbolize your achievements. Once you've written the routine, every time you finish a workout, tick mark or cross it out. Symbolize it in paper and pen. When you do that, you know you've finished. You've taken a step forward. There's never a step backward. Every time you finish a workout, it's a step forward. You keep crossing it out, you know that you're going towards the target. A few things to let go of. First thing is ego. You can fall into the trap where you feel like, I have been training for so long and there's other guy who's also been training, but that guy has gone on to do so much, why not me? Stop comparing, stop feeding your ego. Running is about enjoying and about a journey that only you are on, not everyone. Expectations. You expect too much. Maybe if you let go of expectation and the only expectation is to enjoy, then you wouldn't have all these other issues that come up. Excuses. It's very easy to convince yourself, today was a very long and hard day. I worked super hard, so it's okay if I miss the workout tomorrow. Stop giving excuses and start trying to put in the effort. The hardest part is actually just not hitting the snooze button and getting out of bed. After you get out of bed and you don't look back and get into the bathroom, everything is done. You'll be fine, you'll finish the workout. Extremes. So as I said, there is the extreme where people think of the run and the workout and the goal itself as their quarterly goal, like at work, and they're trying to achieve these quarterly results, and they do a PowerPoint and they do graphs and they see, oh my God, I'm not hit it and I have to definitely do it next quarter and so on. That's one extreme. The other extreme is It's okay if you miss. It's okay if you miss, and you keep missing, and for the next 3 months you're not running at all. It's not good to be on both the extremes. Try to be balanced about it. What really stays with you? If you really think about it, you don't remember the time at which you finished a run. You don't remember sometimes even the place where you run, but you remember the positive memories. If you high-five that small kid who was waiting for you at the end, or those beautiful relationships that happened during the run, those uncle or auntie you met who said that I've been running for so many years and you're totally inspired and impressed, those things stay with you. Try to seek out those positive experiences, positive memories, and those relationships. And also, every time you contribute to others' lives, a friend who's had a health issue and you get on with the health program with the friend, and the friend gets better, you are contributing positively, and that stays with you. And you feel good every time you go out to run. You think about what it meant to someone else. And I think, without exaggerating, it does change your personality. And I've heard from a lot of people who come back and say that it has changed how I approach things at work or at home. I've become a more calmer person, more saner person, and my anger has come down, or I've been able to handle more tasks. I've been able to work for longer. My stamina has improved. So it does change you as a person. And this totally believe in. There are people who run on their own, and nothing against it, but I do feel a community is a major, major plus, and it forms an integral part of how running can become a way of life. It's like a shoulder that you can lean on, someone who's always there for you. If you are going through the dumps, something's not going well at work, and you're going through a low phase, you go out for a run, you have a few friends with you, it means a lot. It's not just the run, but now you got better spirits, and you go back to work as a refreshed person. Doing good together. When you do something good together, there's always a bonding, and the community sort of brings in the good spirit in you. Commitment. If you know your friend is going to be waiting outside your gate at 5 a.m. in the car, you better wake up. Or you feel bad, oh no, I made the person wait and I'm going to say no. So that pushes you to give more. So the community does help you commit more. In the end, it's like a family that stays with you, that lives with you, and carries on. So how do you start? This is a very simple routine. I've just put the 7 days of the week and a few weeks, and you give rest between every few workouts. And then let's say you start with just a 10 minutes of a workout, and then give rest the next day, then another 10 minutes. So you can build a workout yourself. There are many available on the internet, or you can design it yourself, but keeping in mind that your body can take it. So how do you judge that? Those who are never used to running, maybe you start walking out, and that's perfectly fine. You can start only with walks. There's nothing wrong with it. Running is overrated. Walking is also moving, running is also moving. People say I run and they feel like they should be running the whole time. You need not. Ultra marathoners don't run the whole time. They do something called a walk run. They run for some time and they take a walk break because the muscles get rest. Initially, when you start out, you can walk. Or if you're a person who's already used to running a bit, then you start jogging. Or you can do a combination. You can say 3-minute jog, 2-minute walk, 3-minute jog, 2-minute walk. There is no hurry. Let your body guide you. When your body feels comfortable, you will know when to start jogging a little more or doing more. I would strongly suggest getting a health checkup. Many of us don't know what we are into, and many of us are not aware of issues that we have. Better to go through a health checkup and check with a doctor on how your body is, if there anything that you need to address, and then start off. Especially if you have any pre-existing conditions, you need to be careful that you can start out on an exercise regimen. And this is one parting thought I would like to leave with you all. Suppose this running meant much more than just about yourself, about your needs, or about only you getting fitter. I feel it can push you to do a lot more, and that's what it did to me. When I realized that my running can create a meaning for many other lives, I really took it on as my life. Um, just to give you an example, I have friends who have taken on running, and when they sign up for a goal, they also say, as part of this goal, I would like to see if I can raise some money for a cause. It need not be money. It could be also that as part of this goal, I want to see if my mate's son can run along with me, and I'll also get him to run with me during the summer holidays. Something simple, something nice, something that gives you a feeling of having contributed positively through your running. That can make a big difference too. So the last few points before I finish, and I would like to reiterate, running is not the only way of life. There's lots of other things. I'm sure there are other people who are going to give talks. Belly dancing could be a way of life. So could slacklining, circus fitness. Anything could be a way of life. It depends on how you make it part of your life and you build a routine around it. Um, you are defined by what you do, not by what you plan, not by what you write down, not by what you sign up for, but what you actually do. So unless you get out and start doing, it's not you. And again, I want to reiterate, KISS, keep it simple, stupid. And community. I think being a part of a community matters a lot. Like in this conference, this is already a community. Being part of it gives you a lot of positives. So does when you become a part of a running community, it pushes you to make it a part of your life. I'm open for any questions or yeah.
So I recently started running and I've been pretty steady with it by now, like for 2 months and all. So one point I really want is slight technicality. So a lot of people who are seasoned runner, they kind of give me feedback that I shouldn't listen to podcast or music because I'm not getting the most out of running. If I'm listening, I'm always distracted. So if I want to enhance my strength and like endurance, I should not
Not
have any,
listen to music.
yeah, no listen
Okay.
music and all.
See, I've been through both. Initially, when I started running, and I understand why you would want to listen to music. It's such a painful task. It's a boring chore, especially if you're running on the same track day in day out. You're so bored of the scenery that you feel like I need to distract myself. So you listen to music. Um, so that's a good way to distract yourself, and time flies, and you can get it done. So there's nothing wrong with it. But at the same time, I'll tell you the flip side. What happened to me was, depending on the tempo of the song, if it was a fast song with fast beats, I started running fast. And if it was a slower song, then I felt very bored and I started becoming slow. It started dictating how fast and what my tempo was. And I didn't like that because I wanted to maintain a steady tempo. What also I observed was the moment I changed the route, and I kept changing my running route, sometimes in nice scenic routes, wooded areas, then I didn't feel the need for the music. Finally, I let go of it. And then for me, music was my steps on the ground or the birds and everything. I was more aware. It is true that more aware you are about your body signals, it does help you give feedback so you become better as a runner. But initially, I would say you don't have to be so rigid. It's okay if you listen to music, but over time, you can see what works for you and then move. Another dangerous thing with music is that in Bangalore traffic and on the roads, it might not be the smartest thing to do because of vehicles and all those things. And these guys honk hard, and if your music is loud, you're under risk.
So the reason I wanted to go for music because when I run without music, there's a lot of inner chatter going on in the head.
Correct.
So I asked a fellow runner, like, how do you kind of shut down that dialogue?
Thanks
So
a lot. So when I tell people that running is like meditation, many don't believe me. But this is exactly an example of that. And that's what happens when you try meditating. First thing that happens is you have to get over the inner chatter, and then only you get into the mode of meditation, right? Same thing happens with running. Just wait for the inner chatter to settle. Over time, you will see, and let those thoughts. So there is a famous author, a Japanese author called Murakami. He wrote a book, What I Think About When I Run. In that he says that these thoughts are like clouds. They keep passing. So let them pass. Don't try to analyze them. Just let them pass. You'll get other thoughts. Let it keep passing. And then you'll sort of get used to the whole thing. Sorry, I have to be brief. We can talk more.
Thanks for your presentation, Santosh Chaitanya. I just wanted to find out how important it was to, the surface that you choose to start running on. Is it better to start with soft and mud surfaces, or is it good to start with concrete itself?
See, in Bangalore, it's difficult to find surfaces that are soft, as in trails. Okay, but I would say avoid concrete. Most folks, because of safety reasons and other reasons, try to run in the apartment complex, which is all concreted. If you're running hard, especially, please avoid the concrete. If you're doing fast speed workouts or you're trying to run hard, avoid concrete. Tar is slightly better because the bounce is a little better, okay, and it absorbs a little bit more. Otherwise, sand or normal kacha surfaces. Um, Pavement is again concrete. Right? So try to avoid most people in Bangalore, most running groups, all of us run in tar roads. That's also because the events take place on tar roads. There are very few trail surfaces around, but I can tell you, you can figure it out. Turali forest, some other forest, but trail running comes with a whole set of new challenges because of the routes and everything. But in general, I would say avoid concrete as much as possible. If there's no option, do it, but not at a fast pace.
Thank you.
Barefoot running, my take on it, yes, there is evolution, and we used to be barefoot, but now we have evolved away from it, and we are wearing shoes. So if you want to evolve back, then you need to give it as much time. So slowly and gradually, and do it from scratch. Not everyone, it need not work for everyone. It is not a magic bullet. For some people, it might not work. You might end up with an injury. Realize it, move away. If it works for you, well and good, great, and I encourage you. So I'm not against it, I'm not for it. Each person have to figure it out on their own. That is towards barefoot running only. All these minimalist shoes are steps towards barefoot running. They decrease the cushion so that the feedback to the feet is more from the ground.
I,
Yeah.
I have two questions. One is, okay, so I have two questions. One is, do you recommend running to obese or overweight people? And the other is, how much does technique matter, the breathing and the pace of it?
Okay. So very briefly, obese, what we see as overweight or obese might not be easily visible. There could be thin people who are obese also. The definition of obese is changing very drastically. Okay, what we perceptibly see as thin could still be obese. But in general, if people are overweight or finding it hard to run, I say start with walk, and over time you can start with run. That's what I mentioned earlier also. So there is no hard and fast rule, but start with what is comfortable. Very simple thumb rule you can follow is, if you can carry on a conversation while walking or running, that is the pace for you to begin with. If you're able to jog and still be able to talk or sing a song, then you're okay. You can keep that pace. If you're finding it hard and you can only sing or talk while walking, then walk. And then start off with it, and over time you'll adapt. Second question was, sorry? Technique, breathing technique. See, there are many things out on the internet. They say that you have to match your breathing with your cadence. Every 3 steps breathe in, every 2 steps breathe out. There are many such scientific things. What again I say is something that you'll figure out over time. I go with the philosophy of keeping it simple. And you will figure it out. If it is meant to be, it will happen to you and you will figure out. What happened to me was I didn't pay attention to these things, but later on when I thought, am I keeping a rhythm, and I checked, I was naturally keeping a rhythm. Most times you will naturally fall into a rhythm. If you don't, you'll quickly know because you'll get a side stitch. Okay?
Hi. So I have a question about general training in as such. Like I've done the KTM myself, and it's a trail environment.
Correct.
So, and I'm from Chennai. So the only thing that Chennai can prepare me for in terms of KTM is the heat.
Correct.
And I think this is the case with everyone, because most of us are in cities and we run on roads.
Correct.
So how do you adapt? As in, I'll never get a trail to run.
True.
So how do you, like, do you just run more, or I just go up and down pavements?
See, the Kaveri Trail Marathon is one of the easier trails. It's more like a road, it's more flattish, but still it is different from a road. Get in touch with the Chennai Trekkers Club.
Peter Van Gate,
Peter,
yeah. Yeah.
So he will know a few routes. You will have to take the effort. Saturday, Sunday, you'll have to travel a little to the outskirts and find out trails. That's where the trails are now. It's not in the city, right? Otherwise, it's very difficult. You can't train for something by not training on the surface that it's meant to be on, right? But people in Bangalore just train on the road, and we are worse off than you all. We don't get the heat also, so we suffer there.
Thanks.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Yeah. Santosh is
Thank you.
available. Santosh is available and he'll be outside during the coffee break as well.
Sure.
And during the coffee break, Tink will demonstrate some fitness testing that you can do. We've set up an area outside with yoga mats and everything where you can test your own fitness levels, and she can show you how to do it. She has a sheet where you can monitor and take notes. Yeah. There is Zwift that's on. Zwift is a, tell me if I get this right, it's a virtual reality cycling experience, yes. So there's a cycle outside. Let one of the HasGeek members or the volunteers know if you want to try it on. So you just have to cycle and then, I don't know. I'm sorry. Kiran can help you out. Yeah, just go sit on the bike. There's also slacklining at 10:45. It starts at 10:45. I think Lochan is somewhere here. He was here a while ago. It'll go on till 1 p.m. or a little bit more, and this will be in the basement. So feel free to just walk to the basement whenever you want. There are multiple slack lines set up there. Sorry? Yeah, where the cars are parked. It's in the parking where there are those massive pillars. Coming up next is Suman. This is a talk that was not on the schedule. So she has a 20-minute talk. She's going to be talking about how to make habits work. So her talk is titled Habits. Make it or break it. How to get habits right.
Is it on? Check. Okay. Um, my name is Suman Bolar, and I'm going to be talking to you about habit. This is a quick, simple talk. There's no nothing magical about it. Nothing. There's no science involved. Um, there is only one thing that qualifies me to talk to you about habit, and that is the fact that I have them, like you. And also the fact that 30 months ago, I looked like that, and I now look like that. So I clearly changed some habits, and I think reasonably successfully because I've been able to stay like that. So the first thing that you want to know when you're talking about habit is what are they? What is a habit? And we are not talking about, just to be clear, we are not talking about addiction. That is a physiological issue which you can't deal with that in 20 minutes. What is a habit? It's something that you do in a regular, repeated manner, and often without thinking about it. It is a habit because you don't think about it. If you think about it, it's a decision. If you don't, it's a habit. Some things we don't think about: brushing our teeth, checking our email, reading the newspaper. You don't need to think about those things. You just do them. They're habits. There are some habits you want to create. So walking, getting better sleep, drinking more water. The habits you want to create work for your lifestyle. Similarly, there are some habits we want to break. Lying. Maybe some of you want to break that, and maybe some of you don't. Smoking, swearing, in my case, eating cupcakes whenever I felt stressed. That was a habit I wanted to break. To either make or break a habit, you need to know how habits form. I have come to believe that they form in a very simple cycle, but first I want you to trust.
Just relax. You have to be really, really hardcore to build muscles. Okay, pros and cons. And I will tell you from my, again, as a rugby player's point of view, and from my experience. I worked with a lot of trainers and coaches, and I was coached by a lot. There is a lot of pros and cons in terms of what the person knowledge is. And it brings me again back to the same thing as purpose and goals. If your coach knows what he wants to achieve out of you, it can be mentally and physically, the person will be able to generate that kind of stuff out of you. But if the person doesn't know, then it backfires. For me, it backfired a lot with my knee injury, and I don't blame my coach for it, but when I went back to other coaches, senior coaches, the kind of training I got from my first coach kind of really didn't make me ready for my professional career. And then I worked with a lot of other coaches who kind of explained to me and told me, you need to work on your weaker links than work regularly on your stronger link. For example, my weakest link was my squat. Okay, if everybody knows a squat. Now, I had really, really bad form. My knees would always cave in, yeah, and that's where I got the injury from. So I kept on doing squat, thinking that the more I would squat, I will get better at it. But I didn't realize that I am not working on my caving in of the knees. I am just working on my squat. So I kept on working on that, and I started lifting more and more. But I started also getting my knees weaker because it just started caving in. I lost my running form because, again, the knees are caving. So one of the coaches worked with me specifically on that. He said, we will bring this element out of the chain. We will work on it, and then we will put it back in the chain. And it worked for me. I don't know if you've ever heard of the gym machine called the good girl, bad girl machine. It's a bit of a funny name. You'll have to find it on the internet. And that kind of movement helped me a lot with my caving in of the knee. So it helped me reduce that. And I then started seeing results slowly. As a fitness lover, I always tell people to be patient, to try to understand what the body requires, to try to see what kind of training you will need. From a coach point of view, as a rugby player and as a trainer, I always learned that you've got to look at the situation of what the athlete requires. In my point of view, where I work in a gym now, we have various kind of people from different background with different physical abilities. And from my point of view, working in a group, that's the most difficult part, to understand who requires what. So if you at some point of time come across somebody who's looking for advice, and you are doing some sort of fitness by yourself, if you are not knowledgeable or qualified or have the experience to advise the people, at the moment I would say don't. Refer the person to somebody who has a bit of experience about that, because by you just randomly giving them advice because you've gone at some point of through some sort of exercise can put the person in a bit of trouble physically. Okay, this has come to me, you can go through it, this has come to me many times. There are two sides to it. A fitness trainer will actually do this to you from a positive point of view, or if you don't pay him, he's going to again do this to you, okay? But trust me, all trainers who are actually trying to work with the client and is pushing you. I have two people who I work in the gym who actually curse me a lot. And if they're trying to push you, they will understand that your physical abilities from when you joined in the gym to what you are now has increased. You will struggle every day when you come to the gym. And the struggle you think is the starting is not the starting. You've actually gone past that and you're struggling for a better score or a rep or anything. So let them push you. But also, as a client or as somebody who's being trained, you need to start doing your research on what the person is teaching you. So ask him questions which you have no answers to and you have no idea what the answer is. Go on the internet and see if his answers are matching to it. And then decide if the person is qualified enough to, because you are not only just giving your time to him, you're giving your whole kind of the responsibility of your body to him or her to get it sorted. Few things I would like to just point out before you start working with a personal trainer. Certificate is something which I don't push too much upon. I will rather focus more on the guy's experience, but then again, you cannot drive a bike without a license. I know I drove it for 5 years without a license, still alive, but I have a license now. Experience, research about the guy or the girl. If he's training you, it take time. It's okay. You've already spent 6 months not doing anything. Now spend one more month research about it. Don't be scared to let go of the person if he's not good. Understand if the person has compassion for you. So try to see if you can work with people who have a bit of not too much pushy. Patience, trainers need to have patience. As a client, you need to have patience. You don't get guns very quickly. So you need to wait. You will start seeing results. Progression is something very important for trainers to understand, that don't put people under 150 kilo squats on the first day. You will get them injured. So take your time. That's it. Thank you. Any questions? Yeah.
Hi, Zafar.
Hi.
My name's Sharoon, and not really a question, but maybe a hi-fi and a hug for saying that women, need to lift, and if they lift, they're not going to put on those.
Can you?
Big-
I can't hear you.
I said a big hi-fi and a hug because you said, if women lift, they're not going to put on those ugly big muscles. I think more women should lift, and that's something that's a good thing.
I don't
So
think
thank you for that.
muscles are ugly.
They aren't.
I don't think muscles are. It's sad that how our society has defined women as. So hopefully it'll change at some point of time. But women also look very beautiful with muscles. So yeah.
Sharon is going to be speaking about that shortly. Any more questions?
I seem to be asking too many questions. Having been through the process of having a personal trainer, not working out, you said don't be afraid to let the person go. That's great. You also speak about certification. When I looked into that, I find that it's extremely confusing. For example, some of the certifications that are most well regarded, like ACE, I discovered that that is an online program. There is no actual, not just monitoring, there's no actual physical training, evaluation. If you have enough money to pay for the course, and if you can memorize the information and regurgitate it, you're an ACE trainer. So on what basis does somebody like me evaluate certification? What am I supposed to be looking for?
If I had to ask the same question to myself, and if you were about to train me, I would go back home and see. Not too many trainers are very well known, so you cannot find them online also. But I would like to go back to your Facebook page and see what kind of training you do. Okay. The other thing I would say, somebody who's done ACE might have no idea about. So you get a certificate because it's an online thing, and that's what I said. Don't go for certificates. It's on the list. You must tick it, but look for the person on experience. I would even ask you to go out on a coffee with him and learn about what the person is intents are. If the person is actually willing to work with you and the person is actually asks you, so it's very important when a trainer has to ask you. It's very, just say no on the first time. If the person says, if you say, I want you to train me, and he says, okay, I'll train you, I need 25 or 10,000 rupees also, say, no, thank you, don't. If till the person doesn't ask you about goals, your purpose, or your background, if you have injuries or anything, don't go for it, because he's he's just or she's just there just to get a bit of cash. To be very honest, yeah. Yeah.
So, a follow-up to someone's question. So, are there certifications that trainers can get that deal with people with injury, like a special certification that they would have for sports people who are recovering from an injury, specific to, say, knee, shoulder? So, are there certifications for that? So, if somebody had an injury, me for example, should I look for that certification? And if I should, which certification should I look for?
So there are you will find at the moment. I would say if you are actually interested in looking to work with um, injured athletes, which I do a lot, or injured clients, um, if you would go from my point of view, I would say look for a trainer who's working with athletes. At the moment, the priority we always give, as she said, is to certificates. You want to find a trainer who is working with athletes and then work with them. Yes, there are millions of certificates online. CSCS, there are quite lengthy ones which are 6 months, 7 months. Then there is again a 2-day certification of personal training. But then what are you learning out of it? You invest that cash in it. What is the reward you want to get out of it? I would probably say you invest that cash in your transportation to go to this guy, work with him, get knowledge out of it, then get your license. But there are a lot of online and even in Bangalore, a lot of training certificates which you can get. But the client who's injured, for me, example, has a knee injury, will automatically know that you don't know anything because he or she has gone to a physiotherapist 6 times before he's come and met you, and then you go, okay, I don't know anything about it. So work with a trainer who's working with athletes or clients, and then try to learn from them. Yeah.
Hi, Zafar.
Hi.
Yeah. Okay, so one first question would be that you mentioned that there are forums online, right?
Yeah.
Where I need to go back and verify what my trainer is recommending.
Yes.
So any such suggestions?
Can you come the first one?
So I said that there are forums online, right?
Yes.
So any such suggestions on these forums where I can actually go read about stuff or the suggestions that my trainer has given me?
So are you trying to ask me which?
I'm asking you if there are any forums.
See, in Bangalore, yeah, there is, you put me in touch, all these, there's a put me in touch Bangalore fitness trainer on Facebook. So that's something which I use if I have to give some advice or do some of the work I do. So that's one place I find. There are a lot of other places, but that's one point where you can get a lot of good trainers and also good advice from. It's called the Facebook Put Me in Touch Bangalore Fitness.
Okay, thank you.
This is different from the regular Put Me in Touch group, right?
Yeah. You have it's a closed group, so you have to.
Okay. All right. Thanks a lot, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Zafar also has a workshop today on functional training that will happen there. That's the last item for the day. It's time for a coffee break, but before that, I just have a couple of announcements to make. A lot of people had questions about stress eating and snacking. So snack experts have a stall outside, and the snacks are great, and they're inexpensive. And Zainab has been raving about them, so you guys should try. The person for Map My Genome is also outside. You'll find a discount coupon in the book that you got. This is for DNA testing. So if you have any questions, please contact them. They're waiting outside. And my third announcement is that Karthik is awesome. He just texted me. So we're running half an hour late, which we hope to make up by the end of the day, but please come back after the coffee break for the next session. Chitra is going to be doing belly dancing. Yes. And also slacklining is downstairs at the basement.
Hello. Hello.
Hello? Hello? Oh, okay. There you go.
Hi everyone. The belly dancing workshop is about to start there, and the mental health discussion is outside under the tent on the stairs.
Can you hear me over this? Yes. Yeah? Ooh, so many. Hello. All right, everyone. As I introduced myself earlier, I'm Chitra, also known as Bombay Ballerina because, you know. Gentlemen, so many of you, I hope you're going to dance and not just watch the ladies. Yeah? Okay. You're going to want to spread out just a little bit. You need to be able to stretch your arms out by your sides and not blind someone. Go on, go on. Don't be shy. I don't bite. I don't bite. I'm nice. Most of the time. All right. We are just going to quickly warm up. Also, I like this music. That's not loud. All right. Feet hip width apart. Remember those lovely hip circles Tink and I were doing earlier? Push. Come on. Keep your knees straight. There we go. And bigger. There we go. Other way. And now. Just swing those hips. Come on, we've all done a bit of Bollywood in our lives. There we go. Not bad. All right, we're going to work those arms now. Other way. Faster. There we go. And back. I know it burns, just a little bit more. And roll down. And up. And up. One more. Up. I lied. One more. Feet apart, side lunges. A little faster. Have fun with it. Back to the hips. Loosen those up, nice neck. Back to the hips. And around. And slide. Straight lines, we're going to slide out. Feet flat on the ground. Thank you, we're just getting started. All right then, before I go any further, anyone here with any belly dance experience? Little bit, okay. So to introduce you to the concept that I'm using today, it's all about muscle isolations. Yeah, so we're going to be learning how to isolate different muscle groups, move them independent of the rest of your body. So that means hips, you're going to move your shoulders, you're going to move your rib cage. A little tough, yes you are, trust me, I'll get you there. Little tougher, because that's not something you usually move in daily life, but we'll get there. Okay. So I'm going to start off with your most basic hip isolations. What I want you to do is stand straight, stand tall, roll your shoulders back and drop. Feel that lovely tension in your upper back, yeah? Tuck your pelvis in. What most of us tend to do is stand like that, especially us ladies. Trust me, I know. Yeah? Tuck in, so your spine is in line. Feet together. And what you're going to do is alternately bend and straighten your knees so that you loosen up your hip. And it's just a nice little oscillation from side to side. Feet flat on the ground. So you're not going to be raising your heel. Heels flat. All you're doing is bending and straightening your knee while swinging your hip out. Easy enough, right? No? It's a little easier for us women. Little bit. But don't worry, there you go, see? It's fun to work with anyway. Okay? There you go, don't worry. All right? Now, another variation of a similar movement is you're going to go tucking your hip forward and back. So this is a slightly toned down version of Govinda's famous pelvic thrust. So while he did it with a lot more gusto than we are going to be doing, you're just going to tuck slightly forward and back. Forward and back. Again, all you're using are your knees for this movement, so don't try to go Michael Jackson on me, no, no. Yeah? Just tuck forward and back. You're going to feel like a little ab crunch here, and a little bit of a stretch when you tilt back. Don't forget to breathe, don't forget to smile, it helps. Breathing especially, we have EMTs around, right? Yeah? Forward and back, forward, back, forward, and back. There you go, easy enough. Right? Yes, no? Okay. We're going to mix it up now and make it a little less easy, but still a lot of fun. Right? The next move is what we call a hip roll. Let me show you what the finished product looks like first. It's this. Trust me, a lot easier than you might think. So what you're basically doing is rolling your pelvis around your spine, like that. I know, I know. It looks fancy, trust me, it's very easy. It's basically, you're sort of, melding these two movements together. What you're doing is you're going to tuck your pelvis forward, then snap to the side, tuck back, snap to the side. All right? Go forward, side, back, side. Remember, feet flat on the ground. Side, back, side, forward, side, back, side. Keep your feet together. Side, back, side, forward, side, back, side, forward, side, back, and side. Other way. Forward, side, back, side, forward, side, back, side, forward, side, back, side, forward, side, back, and side. All right. Now, you're going to join those four corners in as smooth a circle as you can. Yeah? So you go very slowly. Forward, side, back, side. Here you go. Keep your knees soft so that you allow your pelvis to move. There you go. Trust me, smiling makes it a lot easier. Yeah? Look at you all belly dancing. See? Try the other way now. And round. Feet together. Try and keep your shoulders and your spine steady. Remember, isolation. So when you move the lower body, the upper body should be as steady as possible. I know, easier said than done, but it's okay. We'll get there. Yeah? And around. Bend your knees. So right now what you're doing is you're pushing out. You're just rolling on the same point. Keep your knees soft. And the other way. Really loosen up those hips. This should be fairly easy considering if we all get our 10,000 steps in a day, your hips should be fairly flexible. For those of you who don't worry, I won't tell. All right, I'm going to throw in some music and let's see what we can do with this. Oh! There we go. Forward. Forward, side, back, side. And roll. Other side. And snap. Down. Let's make this more fun. Take it slow, no rush. Oh, you cheated. I saw that. Keep again. Big circles. Feet apart, big circle. And step to the side. A little faster. Feel free to take water breaks if you need them. I know I'm going to. Okay. Next up, we're going to be working the arms. I'm going to start with the shoulders and generally involve your entire arm. Okay? Now, one of the most popular moves that belly dance has is the snake arms. Sounds pretty much like what it looks like. You're going to wriggle your arms about like big old snakes. They're nice snakes though, they don't bite. Yeah? Now, let me break it down so we're not just all waving around in the air. Now, how you're going to do this is you're going to raise your shoulder first, then your elbow, then your wrist, and then your fingers. Very funky, break it down. Yeah? I know, you can do the whole walk like an Egyptian thing. Okay? So we try, let me break it down and show it to you. So you're going to go up, 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 and down, down, down. Right? Sounds simple enough? It's going to burn, let me warn you. But let's start with one arm, okay? Ooh, burning already, okay. All right, so you go up, elbow, wrist, fingers, down, shoulder, elbow, wrist, fingers, up, shoulder, elbow, wrist, fingers down, shoulder, elbow, wrist, fingers up, shoulder, elbow, wrist, fingers down, shoulder, elbow, wrist, fingers. So you get what you're doing, right? You're creating a nice little flow all the way from your torso out into your fingertips. Yeah? I'm just doing that. What you need to be careful about is that you create a little bit of a rotation with your elbow so that it's not too rigid. So you just go up and down. Nice and fluid, nice and pretty. Yes, boys, you too. Right? Let's try it with the other arm. There you go. Shoulder, elbow, wrist, fingers, hello, shoulder, elbow, wrist, fingers, shoulder, elbow, wrist, fingers, shoulder, elbow, wrist, fingers, shoulder, elbow, wrist, fingers. It can be a little awkward at first, yes. Fingers, shoulder, elbow, wrist, fingers, shoulder, elbow, wrist, fingers. Now the tricky part is when you're doing both arms together because you're going in opposite directions. So you're not flapping like most birds would. You're a slightly dyslexic bird. Yeah? So it's one arm up, one arm down. Ladies, the way I usually do it is Hugh Jackman over here, Chris Hemsworth over here, and I'm taking my time with those boys. Yeah, one arm at a time. Boys, pick who you like. That's not my department. Right? So make it nice and slow. Enjoy the movement. This is where picturing them helps. Nice and slow, so you feel up and sweep down. Remember, your palms will always face outwards. So go up and down, up and down, up, down. Don't forget to smile. Down. There you go. Nice, pretty movement. I like how all the guys are trying to keep like this macho face, like, I'm not belly dancing, I'm not pretty, damn it. I'm a man. There you go, up and down, up and down. Don't quit yet. Yes, it's going to burn. I'm watching you. Keep going. There you go. And down, both arms, both arms. No cheating, I can see you all. And down. Up. And down, up and down. There you go. I know. Just a little bit longer, I promise. Oh, come on. We're not even halfway through yet. All right, and stop. Give yourselves a nice hug. Stretch out that back and those shoulders. Good, bad, ugly. How are we doing? Yeah? Excellent. So we'll give your upper body a rest for a bit, and let's get those hips back in movement. Now, has everyone ever seen a Shakira video? Yes? No? There we go. All right. Everyone knows the Shakira move as it's known, which is that. Also called the Maya or the figure eight and a bunch of other names that I don't know or remember. Now, this is as difficult as it looks. Let me be honest, yeah? What you're doing is you're drawing a figure eight, or rather an infinity sign, because it's on its side. And how you're going to do this is you're using both your legs and your obliques on this movement. You're going to lift with your legs, and let me show you first. So you're going to lift with your legs, so you get the up on the movement. You use your obliques to push out, legs again to push down, obliques again to push in. So each side of your hip is drawing an individual circle. If you had a pencil on your hip, don't ask me why you have a pencil on your hip, you just do, and you're drawing a circle with each side of your hip, yeah? So it's up, out, down, and in. Want to give that a try? Up, out, down, and in, up, out, down, and in. Remember, try and stay steady. Don't do, sorry? Oh, no, feet, sorry? Your heel lifts off the ground, yes. Oblique is here. So you use your sides, yeah? So you lift up, out, down, in, up, out, down, in, up, out, down, in, up, out, down, in. Other side, up, out, down, in, up, out, down, in, up, out, down, in, up, out, down, in. All right, simple enough? Let's make it a little more fun. Again, like the snake arms, when you do both sides together, it's one up, one down. And this is where it gets tricky. Or you'd think that's where it gets tricky. Let me make it a little more fun. This move is done on the balls of your feet the entire time. We're going to make a game of this, all right? If I see you put your heel down, I'm going to make you do 30 seconds more. All right? I'm watching you. I'm watching you all. All right? So you're up on the balls of your feet. You don't need to go all the way high, because if you do, you're actually restricting your movement. So just off the ground. Keep your heels off the ground. Yeah? And you're going to push out and out. Let the movement flow from one side to the other. Feel your obliques stretching. You'll feel it in your lower abs. You'll feel it in your lower back. This is brilliant for a lot of body parts, your calves, because you're on your feet, on your toes. And out. I'm watching those heels. Up and around. Try and keep your balance steady. Don't tilt forward too far. This is good for the rest of your body, not so much for your nose. There you go. Feet together. Feet together, up on the balls. There you go. Balance, balance. I know this gets tricky. There you go, nice little figure eight. We can shake it like Shakira. She's not the only one who can do this. We'll show her. How are we doing there? I saw those heels go down. I saw that. And I'm seeing a lot of heels go down. Okay, so we're just going to have to do a whole song to this now. There we go. Torso straight. One more bar. Steady. Done. And around, come on. Don't stop turning those hips. And might be easier without your sandals. There you go. Little bit longer. I know, I know. One forward, one back. Forward. Double time. Or throw in a little bhangra, we don't mind. Thank you very much. Next up, the slightly more difficult isolation to do, your rib cage. Yeah? Don't worry if you don't get this on the first try. Like I said, this is not a body part you usually move, and if you do, I want to know why. But yeah. Okay, to start off with, the muscles that you need to use are these right here. Right beneath your shoulder blades. Now, how you're going to isolate that is to roll your shoulders back and drop. Yeah? Don't overarch or anything, just roll back and drop. You'll feel a little bit of tightness here. Those are the muscles you're going to use to control your rib cage, all right? So go ahead, roll shoulders back, feel that, keep your spine nice and tall, okay? Don't stiffen up, relax, remember, breathe, smile. This is a happy, happy class, okay? And you're going to use those muscles to slowly try and move your rib cage. Like I said, the tricky part is moving just your rib cage and not all of you, not your shoulders, not your waist, or anything else. You're just going to go, that's a lot of chatter. I know, it's a little tricky. Let's start small. Everyone knows Madhuri Dixit, yes? Everyone knows Madhuri Dixit. Everyone knows the famous dhak dhak. Let's try and do that without quite so much dhak. A little bit of dhak. Okay? So no shoulders, you're not going to lift and drop with your shoulders. Remember, keep your shoulders steady, and you're just going to pull up and down. Up and down. Gentlemen, this is for you too. Down. Rib cage up, down, up, down. I must caution you, don't try and match this to your breathing. That can end very, very badly. Down. You should be able to have a conversation while you're doing this. Breathe normally, not out. Up, down. Like someone's got a piece of string tied to your sternum. Again, don't ask me why, but they do. You've got a slightly pervy puppeteer who's got it around your sternum and going up and down. Up and down, up, down, up, down. You'll feel a little bit of your stretch at your diaphragm, and you'll feel that contraction in your shoulder blades. Up, down. Brilliant back workout, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Down, up, down, up, down. There we go. Now let's try drawing a few shapes, because I like drawing shapes with body parts. We'll start simple, nice little semicircle. So you're going to lift from one side, drop to the other. Yeah? Again, pervy puppeteer, pervy crane, whatever you want to call it, point A to point B. Again, you're using the same muscles. Try not to let all of your torso turn. Keep yourself facing forward or any direction. And you're going to lift up and down. You will feel a stretch right about here, the center of your body, your diaphragm, and close to your navel, and you'll feel a contraction in your shoulder blades. And you might just generally feel funny doing it because this is a weird move, but just go with it. Right? Up and down. Pick it up, put it here. Up and around, up and around. Remember, relax your neck and your shoulders. Don't tense up because then nothing moves. Up and around, up and around, up and around, up and down. Breathe, smile. This is fun. Yes, no? Down, up, and down. Just that much. And down, up, down, up, down, up, and down. And the puppeteer got carried away, didn't he? Okay, we'll go back to the dhak dhak, because that's generally easier on us Bollywood sorts. Up and down, up, down. Don't arch your spine. Spine stays straight. You're just lifting up and down, up and down, up, down, up, down. Double time. Now we bring the dhak dhak out. Now we're Bollywooding the shit out of this. There we go. Keep breathing, keep smiling, makes it a lot easier, trust me. We're getting all this on video, I hope. This is going to make a fun reel. Oh, no chicken dancing. That's a different workshop. All right. Take a break. Stretch. And in the spirit of some Bollywood, who knows what's coming? and down. Up, down. And walk. Other side. Up, down, up, down. Up, down. Break it down. Up and down. Have a little fun. Up, down. Running out of stage. And back to the chest. Make it more fun. Get on your toes. Yes, please. Oh, we didn't even get to the fun part. All right, what hurts so far? Calves? Sorry? Hips? Yeah? Okay, thighs feeling a little left out? Oh, don't worry, it's not that bad. We're going to bring a squat into this. Yeah? Yes, belly dance has squats. We have fun, pretty squats, but they're still squats. Now remember that lovely little hip snap you did? You're going to do the same thing while working your way down. And work your way up. And work your way down. Yeah? This is easier if you're on the balls of your feet, but trust me, it is. But be careful about your balance because again, nose, floor, not a good partnership. Yeah? So let's give it a try, huh? Balls of your feet. And 1, 2, 3, 4. How low can you go? And up. And down again. And up. And down. And up. And up. And up. There you go. I'm in a bit of an evil mood, so ooh, that bad, huh? So we're going to try this with the Maya. Maya being the good old Shakira move. Give it a shot. All right. So as you draw your Maya, every time one hip goes down, you're going to drop a notch on that side. Yeah? Let me show it how you, oops, let me show you how it's done. And 1, and 2, and 3, and 4. Up. Give it a try. Okay? You might want to keep your arms out for balance. Remember, balls of your feet. Those of you who are in shoes might find this easier barefoot. Okay? And you're going down, and 2, and 3, and 4. Do the Maya with it. And 2, and 3, and 4. Down. 2, 3, 4, and up. 2, 3, 4. One more. Down. 2, 3, 4, and up. 2, 3, 4. There you go. And to relax all those muscles, I use relax a little ironically. I'm going to shake it all up. Yeah? This is probably the most fun part of belly dance, the shimmy. So you just shake different body parts one at a time. We'll work with just hip and chest for now. Hip. Ooh, my. Or, shake everything. All right? So your hip shimmy is essentially the hip snap really, really fast. So I'm going to go like that. Okay? So you start with 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, da, 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 da. Basically go crazy with it. There you go. That's it. Shake it all up. This is fun. Like good old shimmy. There you go. And now let's try the rib cage. This is a little more Shami Kapoor, but where he cheated and used his shoulders, we're just going to try and use our rib cage. So what you're controlling it with are actually your triceps. These muscles are going to control your rib cage. Feel that little tension there? Yeah, that's what's going to help you control it. Come on, you know you want to get all that Bollywood energy out. I can feel it. Just shake it all out there. See, there you go, he's got it. Get all that energy out. Shake it up, it doesn't matter if you're not doing it right. Have fun with it. Yeah, back to the hip. It's a lot more fun when you have one of these. Hoping I don't break the mic. Back to the chest. You can make it a little more fun by walking around with it. Go on tiptoe if you want. Make like little dance parties out of it. Exactly, see? That comes in handy at wedding parties. Ta-da! Exactly what I was talking about, very good. Okay, all of this to music. How much more time do I have? Nice try. Apt song. You gotta do it as long as the music is. I didn't make the rules. A little bit longer. And snap. And snap out. And step. Twist the hip. Other side. Pick it up, put it over here. Thank you very much. Anyone crying uncle yet? Okay, now seriously, how much time do I have? Because I can do this all day. Time to wrap up? Did they pay you to say that? She's open to it, just saying. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed that. I'm just going to stretch you guys out, so hopefully things, thank you. Hopefully things don't hurt too much tomorrow, right? Start off with the arms and the shoulders. Wrap your arm across. Use your other arm to pull it towards you. Breathe normally. And I'm hoping you're all still breathing. Release, other side. Release, once more. And release, and across. Right, release. Feet apart, raise your arm to your ear, stretch your sides. Don't allow your torso to cave in, keep it facing forward. Breathe normally. Smile if you can. Up and across. Up and across. And up. Ooh, I see grimaces. I know. Up. Across. Now from to go straight down to your foot. If you can touch your toes, great. If not, I want you to hook your fingers behind your calf and pull your torso towards your knee. Yes, that's gonna hurt. Up, across. Up and across. Up and across. And up. All right. Now keep your feet apart. Keep your spine straight. And I want you to get into flat back. People who have dance experience might know this. Spine straight and hinging from your hip. Hold yourself forward. And bring your torso as close to parallel to the ground as you can. Don't allow your chin and your neck to get out of line. So continue looking at the floor. Don't try to look up at me. I will walk down. All right? Keep your back as straight as you can. Don't hunch, don't slouch. You're going to feel the stretch on the back of your legs. Breathe normally and up. Yeah, let's do that one more time. Down. Remember, don't arch your back or collapse it. And up. And thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoyed yourselves.
Hey everyone, the climbing and outdoor activity session is about to start outside. We're just setting up chairs. Feel free to grab lunch and sit outside because you can eat there. Welcome back in, everybody. Sharon's talk is called Lift Heavy and Eat Clean. And outside, right here, we have another discussion session on climbing and other outdoor activities in and around Bangalore. Are we good to start, Sandhya? Tiny ears. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Sharoon, and I'm here to talk to you about my personal journey, really. And I'm just going to be here because I feel very odd standing up there and talking to you like I'm some authority figure. I'm not. This is my personal journey that I've experienced over the last, I'd say, 3 years in nutrition and fitness. So am I in some sort of a high and mighty position to tell you what to do? No, I'm not. I was hoping to see a lot more women because this was meant to be a conversation really for women, but that's okay. I love you men folks too. You might take something away from this. So I've titled this as Eat Clean and Lift Heavy. Not something that we are very used to doing. We understand it. It's very popular. But I don't think very many of us practice this in our everyday lives. So I'd like to start off with a little video.
My name is Jack, and I want to do a video for everybody in this whole world. I was just saying, we can do most best things in the whole world. If we eat things that are the most important things to eat, we get stronger. If we get stronger, we'll get more muscles. If we eat everything that we need to eat, we'll be more stronger that we can do. We can lift up more pounds. We can do everything. Minerals are the things that you want to eat, like vitamin C, vitamin D, vitamin E. It's all in. You have to eat it all. I eat iron, which is things in broccoli, which is those little circles on top, and that's what I eat. And
What other things do you eat that have good nutrition?
I do not eat carrots because I hate them. But I do eat banana and peanut butter, and that's what I eat. And if you can say I love it because I love peanut butter. If you like peanut butter, go ahead and eat it because
Is it healthy?
yeah, it's healthy. So eat it. Eat all the peanut butter you need.
What is healthy about peanut butter? What's so good about it?
It has some protein in it,
That's true.
and that makes you a stronger person,
Uh-huh.
and that's good.
Is there fat in peanut butter?
No,
No fat.
no fat, but maybe just a little teeny pinch of fat.
Just a pinch.
Yeah, it's just like sausage. Sausage has a lot of protein,
Yeah.
but a teeny pinch of fat.
Okay.
And
Well, now, are cupcakes good for you?
no, they are bad.
But they taste so yummy.
Yeah, they're sweet. That means that it's actually bad because it has sugar in it.
Oh.
So do not eat how much cupcakes you want to eat. No. No, 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 no. Because they have a lot of sugar.
Okay.
And icing, still do not eat it because it has a lot of sugar. It's just cream sugar.
Do you eat some once in a while?
Yes, you eat some once in a while.
Just not every day.
Yeah. I just only had a cookie, and that's it. I did not eat anything else except proteins, which is wings.
Yeah. Did you have any vegetables?
No, I did not have any vegetables today.
That's not a good thing, is it?
No, that's unusual because I do not eat vegetables at lunch.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Pick this video is I think a lot of times, though we know on a very superficial level how diet, nutrition, and fitness work, I think our thought process is a lot like little Jack here. He starts off by saying, you know, this is nutrition, and this is protein, and this is fat, and this is sugar, and etc., etc. And then he kind of tapers down to the end and he says, well, I don't eat vegetables. That's a little unusual. And if we were to unravel our plates or meals that we do eat every day, you will notice that we don't really eat healthy. So we could be running to the gym every day, twice a day. We could be running 5Ks and 10Ks and still coming back feeling not 100%. So this is my personal belief, and you can discuss and argue with me about this. It's popularly known that abs are not made in the gym, they're really made in the kitchen. So what you put on your plate is what you will see outside as well. So by profession, I'm a professor. I teach literature and language, English language, to very young students at the college level. So I see them running to the gym. I see them, you know, hogging a samosa for lunch. And in the evening, they're glugging down a smoothie of some sort. I don't know what's in that smoothie. And then they eat a fruit salad. And they make do their entire 24 hours with a lifestyle like this. And a lot of us do this as well. So I'm going to start with a very simple thing, stress. Okay? I think all of us have this in our lives. It comes in different forms. Some of it is good, some of it ain't so good. And how do we tackle the stress? And what does stress really mean? If you go back in time, man lived in an atmosphere of wild animals, so to speak. So we were constantly running. We were constantly running away from something because we had to survive. Now, the moment you need to run away from something, be it physiological or psychological, your brain tells your body, I'm in a moment of distress, so I need to fly from this scene. And what does the brain do in turn? It releases cortisol. Now, cortisol is a hormone. We have many different kinds of hormones in our bodies. It's a wonderfully orchestrated machine, this body of ours. So I like to think of it as these little puppets that we, you know, hold on a string. You cut one string off and you will see that there's some sort of an imbalance there. So what happens when you're not living at a time when mammoths and tigers and what else did we have that are extinct now chasing us? Does cortisol still exist? It certainly does. Now, the beautiful thing about cortisol is that it regulates a whole bunch of things in your body. It's popularly known as the fight or flight hormone. So when you're in a moment of distress, this kind of kicks in. And when does it get expended? When you have an intense amount of physical activity. Now, if you're running from something dangerous, Your body releases the cortisol, it makes it into adrenaline, and then it gets released, and it goes back to its regular state. Now, most of us have desk jobs. We are not running away from dinosaurs, so to speak, although man didn't exist at that time. We do have stress. Now, if you have stress related to work, stress related to your personal lives, the cortisol levels will still spike because your brain is telling your body that I am in a moment of stress, I need to get out of this. So what happens at that point? Cortisol gets spiked. Now, does it get released the same way if it were to be released if you were running away from something dangerous? What do you think? No, not at all. And this kind of stress is something that keeps building over a period of time. And if you've experienced what is called adrenaline fatigue, it's something to do with cortisol. So if you've slept a whole night and you've woken up the next morning and you felt like you haven't slept at all, right? And then you've continued through your day feeling like you really had to drag yourself through the day. You suddenly realize you're starting to gain a certain amount of weight, which is a little unhealthy. You have puffy eyes, your cheeks are a little, chubby than you're normally used to. This is a sign. There are many other signs as well, but one of the few signs that tell you that you're probably experiencing what's called adrenaline fatigue. What happens when you have excess cortisol in your body? Many things, and one of the direct effects is weight gain. And when you look at men, the beer belly, yeah, if you drink a lot of beer, well, that's another thing altogether. But if you're talking about stress, and for women, you will typically see it under your arms, around your waist, on your thighs, and under your chin as well. So how does one work with this? Because stress is not something that you can do away with in your life. It is there in your life, it's there for a reason. But can you work with this to get rid of it? You absolutely can. I'm a very big proponent for women to strength train. And when you do very heavy physical activity, what you essentially are doing is you are flushing the excess cortisol off from your body, which in turn then makes it, it lets it keep it in check. So that's one way to do it. If you're doing meditation, you're running, these are excellent things. Please continue doing them. It helps you de-stress in a way. You can look up these two terms, eustress and distress. Interesting things to go back if you like learning about words and how these words came about. Okay, so eustress, EU, stress, and distress. Now, a lot of our bodily functions happen through the mechanism of hormones. For women, we popularly know them as progesterone, estrogen, and testosterone, but there are others as well. Cortisol is a hormone, adrenal is a hormone. And what do these hormones do? Where do they reside? How does all of this work? Hormones work magic in your body. So take, for example, your brain. Your brain tells, if my brain's telling me right now, click this thing to move forward, right? So it's a direct action that signals through my nerves and my muscles get to work. And it's sort of a direct action that happens, and then I click through this clicker to get to my next slide. But with hormones, they're in your bloodstream. Think of it as the Wi-Fi signal in your home. Okay, you need to access the internet. You don't quite need to plug anything in. You can really sit anywhere and get your work done. So hormones kind of work somewhat similarly in your bloodstream. They attach themselves to receptors based on what you need them to do. I'm not going to get into too many details of hormones and how they regulate cycles and different things in our body. They're very essential things. Metabolism, body temperatures, all of these things are controlled by hormones. Now, where do these hormones come from? Anybody has any idea? From glands? Yes, great. But they need to come from somewhere else as well, right? So the glands need to get them from somewhere. By the brain? Yes? Yes, excellent. So it again comes from food. So what I'm trying to get to is, as we go along this conversation, you'll see that I will emphasize often and more times that you eat well. Understand what you're eating, because what you essentially put inside is what you will get as an output as well. Think of a campfire, and the kind of kindle you add to your campfire, the kind of wood you give to the fire, is essentially the kind of flames or the the residual stuff that you will get after that as well. So can food cause hormonal imbalances? Yes, they certainly can. And how does that happen? Interestingly, we have these two glands. One is called the pituitary gland, one is called the hypothalamus. And then women have this little butterfly-like thing, this beautiful gland called the thyroid. Oftentimes, if you've gone in to see a doctor, the doctor will tell you, can you go get your TSH, T3, T4 done? Can you test your thyroid, etc., etc.? So the thyroid glands, again, beautifully balance a whole bunch of things in our bodies. If one of these things are off, and if you have something more or less than the other, you will experience PCOD, hypothyroidism, depression, uneven menstrual cycles, a lot of things. So what do? We run to a doctor. The doctor looks at the symptoms, and I'm not discounting professional help for a moment here, please. You need professional help when it comes to these things. They are experts, they know what they're talking about. But most of the time, I've noticed that we only treat the symptoms, and we don't quite understand what the root cause is. So it might be beneficial for you to talk to your doctor about your lifestyle. So when they ask you about your lifestyle, they're actually asking you this for a reason, because they would also like to get to the root of the problem. Yes, popping that pill and medicating yourself is probably the easy option, but there is just so much information out there that's available to you. Make use of it, read it, and it really does help. Somebody earlier had asked in the audience about stress eating. So what happens at this time is cortisol hijacks your hypothalamus, which then means there's an inhibitor between your hypothalamus and your glands, which doesn't allow it to process or understand the kind of foods that you're eating. So typically you will notice that if you're stressed out, that cookie that you said you will not eat, or that bottle or jar or box of ice cream that's sitting in the freezer that's so tempting that you will not touch, becomes unbelievably enticing. You will walk there, you'll finish that entire tub of ice cream, and then you'll beat yourself up about it the next day. So again, going back to the previous slide, if you have ways to manage your stress, please do that. It's very, very important. And understand what you're eating. Now, we don't fully understand the terms carbohydrates, sugars, how they're processed within our bodies, how much of it we really need in a day. We understand rice, we understand wheat, and all kinds of other grains to be carbohydrates. But there are carbohydrates that come from vegetables. There are carbohydrates that come from a host of other different sources as well. So it's important that we understand these things. That's my dog, and she was very cooperative when I did this. What is metabolism? And what do we do with a higher metabolic rate, a slower metabolic rate? Do we understand metabolic rates? When somebody tells you, I'm just not able to lose weight because I have a real slow metabolic rate, please know that they've not fully got the concept, because if you're on the heavier side, you literally have to burn a lot more calories because you're carrying all that weight around. So your metabolic rate is actually very high. Now, metabolism, again, is a very, very interesting process, because where does metabolism happen, or why does metabolism happen? Yes. And where do we get the energy from? The food that we eat. Brilliant. So essentially what's happening is, if you go to the gym and you work out, you'll understand when I say anabolism, catabolism, you understand those cycles. So what essentially is happening is, we need 4 biomolecules that are very essential for our body to kind of survive: proteins, carbohydrates, nucleic acids, amino acids. Now, when all of this is being processed in our body, you eat plant, you get your source of energy either from plants or from animals. And both of these sources cannot be utilized by the body as you give it, as you, kind of eat it. So it has to be broken down first, and then it has to be built back up in a form that the body can use it. Now, there is again a whole bunch of processes that happen when this breaking down and building back up happens. And for all of this, we need energy. And again, your energy source comes really from the food that you eat. So what you put inside is what you really get from it as well. Am I fit? To me, that definition is a little different. So when I first started strength training, I had a goal that I should be able to lift about my own body weight in about a year's time. I was being a little overly ambitious about that, I think now, because it's taken me about a year and a half to get to lift my own body weight. So I can deadlift about 50 kgs now, and hopefully, progressively, I'll be able to do more. About 3 years ago, I was falling ill very often. I'm a runner. I capped off at a 10K, and I couldn't run beyond that. I swim, and again, there was a certain stretch at which I would taper off. So I kept asking myself, what is it that I'm not doing right, that I feel fatigued despite eating right and working out well? I went back to what I was eating, and I realized over a lot of experimentation with this, that, and the other, that this is what really works for me. So when you go to a dietitian or when you go to a fitness instructor and somebody tells you that, hey, let's do this, will you take a moment and ask yourself, is this what's going to work for me? Because maybe that person's just made one chart that fits all. And maybe the nutritionist has made a one chart that fits all. But I cannot tell you how incredibly unique each one of our bodies are. And you must celebrate that uniqueness. And where can you celebrate that? Within yourselves first. Understand how unique you are. Ask yourself, what is it that I want? Because a lot of times, this is interesting because I'd written a post about something, and a couple of people wrote back and said, can you blog about losing belly fat? Which is a very common question for a lot of people, because this is something that we'd all like to lose. My 8-year-old is sitting at the back and grinning away because we talk about this a lot, and he says, well, you had me and I don't see anything for it. Well, there was a method to that madness. But I think the question you have to ask yourself is not, how do I lose the belly fat? Maybe rephrase that question and ask yourself, can I strengthen my core? And when you strengthen your core, what happens in turn? A wonderful set of discoveries about, hey, I don't have that backache anymore like I used to. Or, that slip disc problem that I had doesn't seem to come back as often. So maybe the questions that we ask other people about what might work should start here. What do I want out of this? What power do I want to take back into my hands? And then let someone else know that this is what I want. This is what I want you to do for me. Okay, diet and weight loss, one of my favorites. So sometimes when I go out with my women friends, or even, men, my male friends, a lot of people still carry the misconception that if you eat a salad at lunch, have 2 rotis and dal at dinner, and have cornflakes for breakfast, that pretty much takes care of your diet. It's one of the biggest myths that I want to bust, because what you're in turn doing to your body requires a certain amount of fats, carbohydrates, and proteins. If you don't feed it that, it will fight back with you. And the fight that ensues, it's not going to be pretty. So you really need to understand diet, understand what you're putting inside of your bodies, and then work with that. Because again, 80% of that goal that you have in your mind about fitness really is in the way you eat. It's only 20% that's out there in the sun, in the gym, in whatever other forms that you'd like to do this. how do you fuel to stay fit? For me, after trying a whole bunch of different kinds of programs, what worked was the ketogenic diet. That really changed the game for me in terms of my strength, in terms of the way I feel, the sense of fatigue that I typically experience in a day. It's been a complete game changer for me. So understanding your daily routines, and I think Zafar put it really well. You really need to have a goal. You need to ask yourself, what do I want out of this? And then you tailor your specific dietary requirements based on that. Okay, so I put him here, and you know who that is, because I absolutely love this guy. He's done something with bodybuilding. If you've read his book and the journey that he's had, it's incredible what he's done with himself. And I put myself there because I don't look anything like him. And I never will, no matter how hard I try, because that's the way a woman's body is built. We have far, far lesser levels of testosterone. So I could be deadlifting, I don't know, 300 kgs, but I will never look like this. Yes, I can pump myself up with steroids. And I could maybe come somewhat close to looking like that, but never really like that. I've been lifting now for about 2.5 years. I don't think I look like that. So this whole myth that we have that women should not go to the gym and lift heavy weights because those pink dumbbells of 3 pounds that are in that corner there, which nobody touches because they're really dusty and whatever, is what women are supposed to pick up. That's not at all true. Walk into a gym, and I've had my friend and trainer, George, is sitting in the crowd here. So I tried so many, many different gyms, so many different trainers. It was so hard for me to get this point across to them that I want to lift weights. That's all I want to do. Yes, madam, we understand that, but let's get you on the cardio machine. Let's get you on the elliptical machine. Let's see where your endurance is, and then we will move on there. I knew what I wanted, so I was very sure that I did not want to get on the cardio machine. I did not want to get on the elliptical machine. I went there. I told them I follow what's called the 5x5 workout plan. It's by this wonderful guy called Mehdi. I showed them the plan, and I said, this is what I want to do: bench press, deadlift, and squat, nothing else. And they looked at me and they said, how much would you like to deadlift? How much would you like to squat? And then it just went on and on. It was a very frustrating journey. So finally I told myself, let me start doing this on my own. And somewhere along the line, I'm sure I will find that one person who we did with George, and it was a wonderful experience to where I've gotten today. So I read through a whole bunch of things. If you're planning to get started or don't know where to start, I will recommend these places. Again, I am not pushing one diet over the other because each of us is different. What works for you may not work for me, and what works for me may not work for you. So please take a look at these. There's plenty of information out there. These guys are fantastic in terms of how they explain it. The other important point that I did not mention earlier was to do with the whole idea. I think Ella will be talking about that later in the day, about the gut and how and biome and how that's important as well. What we've done over a period of time to our bodies is that we've, at the risk of being, criticized maybe later, I think we've really abused our bodies in so many different ways, unknowingly, mostly, because nobody really tells us these things, and sometimes knowingly as well. So a lot of our issues also stem from the gut. So if you have a gut that is not very strong, you will see a whole host of issues. If you have acidity, you have irritable bowel syndrome. So maybe that's another place that you want to look at as well, how to kind of fix your gut, because once you do, you will see a whole host of other things that will work for you as well. Again, eat clean, lift heavy. Lifting heavy is fantastic. Eating clean, even better. So if you have questions, you can reach me here. I'm very, very happy to share about whatever it is that I have learned, because a lot of people usually don't know where to begin. They're shy, especially women, because There's all these, the stigma about going into that weight room or even not getting the help that you want. When I first began, I did not know the difference between a set and a rep. It took me some time to understand those things. So begin, learn, ask questions. That's the best way to go. That's it from me. Thank you for being such a wonderful audience. And Sandhya and Kristen, thank you guys for listening to my conversation, and really for all the patience, and HasGeek for doing this fantastic thing. Thank you. Any questions?
In your talk, you mentioned about like you should appreciate the fact that you are unique and your dietary requirement will be unique. But then you are also alone in that sense because there is no prior art. You can't like there's no reference available. So how do you avoid those false start like?
So when I said unique, how do I put this? I'll take my own example. So since I strength train, and there's a whole community of people that strength trains, lifts heavy weights, people who run. So there are basic things that you do require to function every day, right? So you know for a fact that you do need your fats, you do need your carbohydrates, and you do need your proteins. Now, depending on how much you work out or what kind of workouts you do, you will need to kind of taper that to your specific need. Now, if you are mostly living a very sedentary life and you don't really work out as much, then the way you would eat may be a little different versus someone who goes to the gym, lifts really heavy weights and comes back, and the way that person eats and the way the body processes that kind of food is also different.
As you rightly said, diet importantly plays an important role in how we shape the body. And you were suggesting a lot of diets. No, the problem with this is that what I find is that a lot of people, based on the information on the internet, try out these diets. But to be frank, they should at least do a systemic blood test so that they stand where they are. And before trying all these diets, none of it is proved. And even though I have followed a diet myself, I am still following for a year. It's better to do a blood test because I've seen a lot of people over the past 1 year, and what I have seen is that everybody is unique and everybody does have some kind of medical background. And as you say, why we are abusing a body, to be partly it's the food politics, I would say. That's like food politics and the governmental guidelines which motivate us to eat. These are the kinds of foods that are healthy and they prevent us from actually getting the actual information. And looking back in the biochemistry in this last 1 year has changed the concept of what diet really is. And to be frank, as you said, the doctors, the focus is mainly on we are being taught and trained to treat patients. I mean, the focus on preventive medicine is not actually picked up much. And actually the nutritional part of the education which we as a doctors even get is fairly less. And the amount the food plays in the role of a person's health is huge. So I highly advise anybody who's trying to follow the diet, do a blood test, make sure, because you are going to take high amount of fats suggested by all the 3 diets. They have a concepts in different, but what they're going to say is reduce your carbs, increase your fats, increase your proteins. Whether your body is able to tackle that proteins and fats, that you'll have to analyze. So I would finally say, rather than following that my X and Y did it, he has achieved a goal. And one important thing I would like to say is that these all help your body to become metabolically stable. That is the concept. Weight loss is an ancillary benefit. That is not the ultimate aim. Everybody I talk to, they see the weight loss as the primary aim of starting a diet. I would frankly say this is not a diet, it's a lifestyle. Because this last 1 year, having gone through all these 3 diets, I know that these all emphasize a lot of facts. They allow you to be in the sun. They promote physical activity, which have never been taught in our traditional nutritional guidelines, which they don't focus also.
Awesome. I'm so glad. I mean, I'm going to clap for you because that's excellent. Yes, a blood test is mandatory. And when I talk about this, I haven't addressed a whole lot of other things as well. Most of us are vitamin D deficient.
Very true. Even though India is being a country where you get a lot of sunshine, we have done a blood test we did a pilot study 6 years back, and I'm a radiologist. And out of our hospital, all the doctors were vitamin D deficients, and we are the ones who were getting low levels. I got a level of 2. 2 is pretty bad. You have to be at least above 30. And the reason even though we are having sun, we are not getting vitamin D is that we are not getting exposed to the sun. And that is one of the primary reasons. And all these things are being coming up, and probably as the knowledge picks up, I think in future we'll see a lot of doctors adapting this lifestyle and probably recommending it. And still, even then, it's just a short of we need to evaluate in a longer term.
Yes.
I don't have a data. I
Both
wouldn't
ways,
say
right?
this is the end of the day. You have got the diet of the future. I wouldn't say that. It is still in evaluation, but it is far, far scientific and far, far better than the one we are now following.
So we've had the food pyramid work for us just for a few years. Vitamin D, as it's not actually a vitamin, it's what's called a prohormone. It has to be processed in your body once it hits your skin, and then a lot of other metabolic things happen. So vitamin D itself was discovered in 1913, and you need to further break it down into what is called 25-hydroxy, which was only, they pinpointed to that in 1970. So we are talking about one particular prohormone that was very recent, and even in terms of a ketogenic diet, it's not very old in that sense. It's about 100 years for people with cancer, so with epilepsy as well. So in terms of a regular diet, it's relatively new. So there are always, this and that and the other, but the best way to approach this is to be knowledgeable yourself as much as you can, so you understand what you're getting into.
Do you think you could define a clean diet?
My clean diet may not be your clean diet, but I will tell you what I know and what I practice. My mornings begin with apple cider vinegar on an empty stomach. I then follow it up with my protein shake. I call it a green smoothie because I have a whole bunch of green things in it with my whey. Post which, if I get hungry at around 10:30, 11, I have what's called a bulletproof coffee, which is a big thing in the keto diet, which is coconut oil, black coffee and cream, and butter if you'd like. Lunch is usually a little light. I go with eggs, a lot of greens and vegetables, with again a generous helping of olive oil. Snack is usually what's called quark or hung curd, again very heavy on fats. If I get hungry even after that, then a few nuts maybe, and then my heaviest meal is at night at dinner. Again, I try to do as many Indian meals as I can. Yes, there are steaks and there are, meats and fish as well. But I don't know if I've defined a clean diet. I think your to answer that question, processed food I would completely eliminate from my diet. And I think, as Jack said, sausages, they're good. They have a lot of protein, but a teeny tiny bit of fat. Again, what we don't often understand is the moment we pick something off of a counter, we don't read the labels. And over a period of time, what we kind of give ourselves day in and day out could be absolutely unhealthy. So organic, grass-fed, as much as we can. I may not agree with that because so there is a whole host of things that you could do with the options that are Indian when you switch over to a keto diet. Not very many people know that because default we tend to think, okay, this is the only option that we have because the recipes themselves are designed like that. But even in the Indian way of eating, you can go completely keto. Right, right, right. Right. Last question, please. We have to break for lunch after this. Sharon is available. She has a discussion session later on women's health as well.
At
So she's here.
3:30, yeah, we'll be regrouping for this. So
Yeah.
This is a more specific question because, like,
Suman. Oh, sorry. Can I interrupt? Can we do that later? Because I think we really need to. Yeah. Okay, sure.
so for most people who are just starting off in diets and who have not no precedent of fitness, you said we have to do a blood test of sort to figure out if our body can handle it. So where do we get this information and who do we approach for this?
we can talk about this if you're still there at 3 o'clock or 3 o'clock.
Yeah, everything's pushed by half an hour. We'll try to make it up during
3:30.
lunch. Yeah.
So thank you for being a nice
Thanks a lot,
audience.
Sharon. Please be back here by 2:15. It's Ella's talk. Up then. Hi, everyone. We're starting Ella's talk in about 2 minutes after she sets up.
Hello. Excellent. Okay. Let's wait for these guys to sit down. Okay, fine. Yeah, excellent. Hi, everybody. My name is Ella Ored. I'm a nutritionist from London. I've got my own clinic, nutrition clinic, and as well, I teach clinic as well to nutrition students, and I supervise them, making sure they're not killing anybody or doing any drastic harm with nutrition. If nutrition's put in the wrong way, you put in therapeutics when you haven't checked out the medication, you can cause some serious harm to people. So I supervise that and ensure safe practicing. Now, I've got a particular interest in microbiome and gut function and the immunity. And my interest in microbiome started when I realized that so many clients walked through my door and they had gut dysfunction or dysfunctional microbiome that was contributing to, if not outrightly causing, their health conditions. So it was kind of this that got me really interested into looking at the microbiome. Like I said, I am a nutritionist and I'm not a microbiologist, but I'm just going to share with you from my clinical experience some of the things that I find quite interesting. Okay, so let's go back to high school. I'm sure you've all heard of Louis Pasteur and the germ theory. So he proposed that it was the individual microorganism or the germ that was causing the disease to the host. Now, he had a partner, Claude Bernard, who argued the importance of the homeostasis in the human body and the terrain for the human to maintain equilibrium of health. And he questioned why you could give a certain disease to one person and to another person as well, and one person would get sick and the other person wouldn't. And his theory was all about the terrain. And actually, on Louis Pasteur's deathbed, he mentioned that Bernard was right, the terrain is everything and the germ is nothing. Okay, I happen to like microorganisms because without them, we wouldn't have this. Okay, so what is the microbiome? So microbiome can simply be put as the balance of bacteria, viruses, protozoa, and yeasts in the body, but not just in the body, in the gut, also on the skin, on every mucous membrane and every part of the body. There are over 40,000 species identified to date. Now, there's quite a lot of research in this area, so I can imagine that in my lifetime we're going to know a lot more species and about what they do and how they impact health. The average human microbiome weighs 2.2 kilograms. So any of you that are weight conscious, just remember that 2.2 kilograms at least is not really you, it's your microbiome, so you can take that off the scales. There's over 200 times the amount of microbiome DNA than there is our own human DNA. Let's think about that for a minute. We are more microbiome than we are human. So that person sitting next to you is more microbiome than they are that person, which is a really interesting fact. And it's estimated that you need about 80% beneficial microbiome, and you can have a 20% detrimental microbiome and still maintain health. So it's when we start getting over the 20% detrimental microbiome that we start to see implications with health and disease. And most of the weight of fecal matter is actually microbiome. Puts things into a new perspective, doesn't it? Okay, so where does it all start? How do we get this microbiome in the first place? Okay, well, it pretty much tells you by the picture. So it's actually conception. Now, previously, we were taught that the baby inside the uterus was completely sterile, and the first transmission of microbiome was on birth. But now, actually, the scientists have discovered that the placenta has a microbiome of its own. And this is based on the mother's microbiome. So this is really, really important and a really good reason why we should be making sure that women are really healthy before they go into pregnancy, when they're planning pregnancy. You know, have they got the right microbiome for their baby's health? And studies also show that alterations in placenta microbiome do have adverse pregnancy outcomes, and they are linked to premature birth and low birth weight. So again, you know, the exact mechanisms aren't known, but it's just really, really important to make sure that we are doing continuing research in this area and finding out as much as we can. Okay, so the next stage is birth. So let's have a look. This is a normal vaginal birth, okay? So what happens is 3 weeks before the birth, the mother's body will put loads of really beneficial microbiome into the birth canal, okay, in the vaginal mucus. And as the baby's born, okay, he goes down, his face is covered in vaginal mucus, goes in his eyes, his ears, his mouth, his nose. Not a pleasant thought, really, but actually really, really important to health. And this is his way of picking up all that beneficial microbiome from the mother. And what we typically see with a natural and normal birth is we get a healthy microbiome in the baby's gut and a healthy microbiome in the skin. Now, the alternative is a cesarean section. Now, don't get me wrong, cesarean sections do save lives. So they do have their place, but there is a problem with them. And the problem is actually the first microbiome exposure from the outside world is the surgeon's hands. And this has a very different microbiome to the mother's birth canal. And we see altered skin microbiome in babies that are born via cesarean section rather than those that are born via natural birth. And also statistically, you're more likely to have an allergy or an autoimmune disorder or eczema or asthma or something if you're born via cesarean section. So it does have this implication. Skin-to-skin contact. Again, this is another really important way of microbiome transmission. So it's really important that we put the baby straight from the birth onto the mother's skin, so he starts to pick up all of that beneficial microbiome that's on his mother's skin and kind of communicates that and gets that on his own skin. But not just the mother, it's really important as well that the rest of the family do skin-to-skin contact with the baby. At the end of the day, the baby's got to go home and live in that environment, so you've got to start prepping him for that. Family members do share very similar microbiome on the skin, and you can even match your microbiome to your dog. Okay, so breast milk. Breast milk's amazing. It's a powerhouse of microbiome. Okay, so not only does it provide the nutrition that your baby needs to develop, it also contains all of those beneficial bacteria that are going to line the digestive tract, provide a barrier from the outside world and the gut. Okay, now it's a really, really important step not to miss out. So even if the mother can just breastfeed in the first couple of days, that's beneficial than not breastfeeding at all. So also the microbiome from the breast milk do prepare the baby's gut for foods, the introduction of foods later on. And they are responsible for producing a lot of digestive enzymes. And interestingly, the immunological composition of breast milk changes according to your baby's needs. So what happens is when the baby sucks from the nipple, it creates a vacuum. That saliva goes inside the nipple, and the mother's immune system is patrolling and checking that saliva for any detrimental pathogens that that baby may be having. So supposing he's going to have a cold, for example, it's going to be in her saliva. Within half an hour, the mother has made immune proteins and is putting those into the breast milk so that your next breastfeed, your baby is having all of those important immune proteins and immune factors to help him fight off the cold or the virus or whatever. And also, breast milk contains indigestible sugars. Why would breast milk contain indigestible sugars? Because it feeds the microbiome. So it's like nature has its way. Nature knows that actually microbiome is a massive part of health, and we've got to not only put them in, but we've got to feed them. So it's really, really amazing, and the more I study it, the more I'm amazed. Okay, so problems. Now, if the baby's premature, maybe the mother's body hasn't put the beneficial microbiome into the birth canal, so we have an altered microbiome diversity. The mother has antibiotics. Now, don't get me wrong, antibiotics do save lives, but I do think sometimes they are overused. They are indiscriminate, so they do kill the good as well as the bad, okay? So this is when we can have complications. Obviously, if the mother has an infection, so for example, we're looking at women that have thrush at the time of delivery or active herpes infections, this translates into the baby, and the baby can get oral thrush or can get kind of skin herpes. So it's just something that we need to watch out for. Cesarean births, I've already talked about that, and formula-fed babies. Now, obviously, breast is best, but like if your baby's going to die without, because you can't breastfeed, then do formula feed. And they do put some probiotics in formula milk, but there's not quite the diversity and the numbers that you get in breast milk. Okay, so it is important to kind of breastfeed. And there's breast milk banks nowadays, so women, if they can't breastfeed, they can go and find someone that'll get extra milk and can donate. It's not quite the same as the mother's milk, but it's better for the baby. Okay, so how does the microbiome impact health? Now, this could take me a year to talk to you about this, so I'm just going to go briefly, very quickly, through some of the systems of the body and quickly describe some ways that the microbiome can impact health. So we're going to talk about the immune system and the gut next, and the digestive system. Okay, so the skeletal system. What has microbiome got to do with bones? Anybody know? Microbiome produce vitamin K2. They produce more vitamin K2 than you get from your own diet. Vitamin K2 takes the calcium and it puts it into your bones. if you're vitamin K2 deficient, that means we're going to have weak bones, we're going to have more chance of osteoporosis and skeletal health issues. Now, the fun thing about being a speaker and a lecturer and being dyslexic is you can't always pronounce some of the funny names up here, but we've got the Enterobacter species and the Enterococcus species as well, which are predominantly responsible for producing the vitamin K2. Cardiovascular system. What's the microbiome got to do with the cardiovascular system? There are certain types of bacteria called bile salt hydrolase active bacteria, particularly Lactobacillus plantarum strains. What they do is they love bile. So what they do is they metabolize it, they feed off it, and they break it down, and your body doesn't reabsorb it, your body has to then excrete it, which means the next time you want to make some bile, next time you need to produce it, your body has to rely on its stores of cholesterol because bile is made of cholesterol. This regulates your body's cholesterol levels. Now, obviously, there's a whole lot of factors, in cardiovascular health and cholesterol levels, but this is one important key factor that we look for. Nervous system. Again, so many problems, things can go wrong with the nervous system. Now, there are some types of bacteria, detrimental bacteria, that do produce a substance called lipopolysaccharides. Now, these lipopolysaccharides are able to pass through the blood-brain barrier and enter into the brain, and they're related to anxiety and depression. So it can be problematic in people that have anxiety and depression. And actually, we need to look at people is, they could have a serotonin deficiency, for example, or is it the fact that they've got detrimental microbiome? We need to look at the whole picture. Urinary tract system. Okay, so urinary tract system is really common in women. Some women get recurrent urinary tract systems, have to have frequent antibiotics. Urinary tract infections, they're normally caused by a bacteria called E. coli, which crawls from the colon to the urethra and all of the intimate areas. And this is where they're able to climb up the urethral tracts and kind of hold on and cause that infection, that inflammation. Now, there's a particular strain of Lactobacillus, Lactobacillus rhamnosus, that loves the urinary tract system. Okay, so what we find is that people with adequate levels of this bacteria in the colon, they hop from the colon round to the intimate areas into the urinary tract system, and they provide that protective layer, and they help to crowd out any unwanted E. coli. Okay, and the similar thing happens with the respiratory tract system, but obviously they don't hop from the colon to the respiratory tract system. But they are present, and they do kind of create that crowding out effect. So you're less likely to get respiratory tract infections if you've got good microbiome in there. Okay, and the skin. Okay, so it's a pretty obvious one. Loads of people get fungal infections, viral infections on the skin. But actually, if we've got a healthy microbiome, we shouldn't really be getting these. Our natural microbiome should be crowding them out and making sure that they can't take hold. Detoxification. Now, I know some of you think that detoxification is a buzzword, but detoxification happens every second of every day. You're sat there detoxifying right now. It's your liver's main job, one of its jobs, is to detoxify the blood. Now, we've got two stages of liver detoxification, stage 1 and stage 2. And there are certain types of bacteria, particularly E. coli and Clostridium, that produce a substance called beta-glucuronidase. What beta-glucuronidase does is it causes deconjugation of the toxin to its conjugate. Okay, so this means your body is ineffective at getting rid of it, and it tends to get reabsorbed and has to be processed twice. So we need to watch out for that. Nutrition status. So microbiome are responsible largely for a lot of your digestion. They produce over 200 digestive enzymes. Your own body produces 22 digestive enzymes. That means that the microbiome does more for your digestion than your body's going to do itself, okay? So it does have this massive impact on that. And then that reflects again to your nutrition status, and then from nutrition you can look at pretty much everything, energy, your whole survival as a human being. Okay, so let's have a look at nutrition. So, beneficial bacteria on the colon, they produce a substance called short-chain fatty acids. And one of the most beneficial ones is called butyric acid. And what these do is they feed the lining of the gut and the colon, and they provide an energy source, and they help with peristaltic actions. So they need, your colon needs enough energy in order to kind of push the bowel movements through and maintain regular bowel movements. Vitamin K2, we've already discussed that one. And vitamin B12, okay, so your microbiome do produce vitamin B12. And it's not enough, like if you're a vegan, you do need to supplement with vitamin B12 as well. But it's interesting to see that the tribes that are naturally vegan and they've lived a long time and without any health effects, they have a completely different microbiome to ours. They do tend to excrete more vitamin B12, and also, you know, they're not completely vegan. They don't wash their carrots before they eat them, so they are getting that element of dirt and microbes there. Also, microbiome produce vitamins B1 and vitamins B2 and vitamin C. Now, until recently, we thought that humans and guinea pigs were the only mammals that couldn't produce vitamin C. All other animals do, so for them it's considered a hormone. But actually, we have a recent discovery that showed that our gut microbiome does produce vitamin C. It's only like 2 milligrams, so it's not enough to kind of not eat your fruits and vegetables. There's no excuse there, guys. But it's interesting, and I'd like to see a much more research on the nutrition status and nutrition that the microbiome do produce, hopefully coming up in the next few years. And again, over 200 digestive enzymes. Okay, so let's have a quick look at gut health. Okay, so it's estimated that 70 to 80% of your immune system comes from your gut and your gut microbiome. This is obviously quite a large part when you consider. So what they do in the gut is they alter the pH to make it more favorable for beneficial species of microbiome. They produce lactic acid, okay, so that's also needed for digestion and the protection against pathogens. Okay, so let's have a look at IBS. So what is IBS? Yes, irritable bowel syndrome, thank you. Now, it is a syndrome, so it's a collection of symptoms. And it's not supposed to be diagnosed by your doctor until they've ruled out everything else. So they should have tested you for celiac disease. Yeah, they should have done all these tests. And when it comes back with nothing wrong, then you get the diagnosis of IBS. So really, nobody's actually quite sure about what it is. But let's have a look at some of the symptoms. Okay, so we've got diarrhea, sometimes alternate constipation, bloating, gas, abdominal pain and abdominal distension, and it can be really uncomfortable for people that suffer, and also a source of, you know, social embarrassment. Now, let's have a look at what a lack of beneficial bacteria in the colon do. Okay, so if there's a lack of beneficial bacteria, there's a lack of short-chain fatty acids, which means we've got poor peristaltic action, which means we could potentially be suffering from constipation. Or too many pathogenic organisms in the colon can irritate the colon, open up the water channels, which allows water into the colon, and then we have watery stools. So is it any wonder that sometimes people with dysbiosis and a dysregulated microbiome get alternate diarrhea and constipation? And actually, studies show that patients with IBS and an altered microbiome diversity have demonstrated poorer emotional functions, such as anxiety and depression. Now, anxiety is something that very much goes along with IBS and kind of these emotional symptoms as well. And like I mentioned earlier, it's the release of lipopolysaccharides that can cause anxiety and depression. Okay, so we've got SIBO. So SIBO stands for small intestinal bacterial overgrowth. Now, it is an excessive bacteria growth in the small intestine, and of the wrong types as well. Really, most of our microbiome should be in the large intestine. We do need some in the small intestine to help with the digestion of foods, but the majority of it should be lower down in the digestive tract. And they can interfere with the gut mucosa, and they can cause the gap junctions in the gut to open up slightly and kind of create that inflammatory reaction, which can trigger food sensitivities and autoimmune disorders, and kind of generally an overreactivity of the immune system. So the excess bacteria, they ferment what we call fermentable carbohydrates. Okay, so these are your FODMAPs. So that stands for fermentable oligosaccharide, disaccharide, monosaccharide, and polyols. Okay, a bit of a mouthful. Now, these are these are easily fermentable fibers in the small intestine. And what we find is we put people with SIBO on a FODMAP diet. So a FODMAP diet is when we eliminate all of these carbohydrates, and they see dramatic improvements. Lactose is one of these troublesome sugars. It's a disaccharide. So we have to consider, do I have a lactose intolerance, or do I have SIBO? Do I have a microbiome dysbiosis? It's a question that needs to be asked. We can't just kind of jump in and think that everybody that doesn't get on with dairy has a lactose intolerance. And if we manipulate the microbiome effectively, could I potentially eat dairy without a problem? It's a question that needs to be asked. Okay, how can I test for SIBO? Now, we always do recommend testing before you look to treat these things, so we know, one, what we're dealing with, and number two, if you haven't got it, then why bother treating? Okay, so what we can do is you can go to your doctor. If you think you've got SIBO, you can ask for a breath test. And the breath test looks for hydrogen and methane gas. So the bacteria in the small intestine produce hydrogen and methane gas, which gets diffused into the bloodstream and then released through the lungs. So you can pick it up on a breath test, and they can indicate to you, that you have this. It doesn't necessarily tell you exactly what you've got growing and going on there, but it's a useful marker. Okay, so what are the drawbacks of a FODMAP diet? Okay, it's very restrictive. Okay, so if you saw the link for FODMAP foods, you'd be like, what can I eat? It basically removes half of all fruit and vegetables and carbohydrates and grains and beans and pretty much everything. Also, if you go on FODMAP and you want to kill the excess bacteria in the small intestine, you have to either use antibiotics or natural antimicrobials. So you've got to go through that lengthy. Or you could solve the initial problem. And most likely, the initial problem is a lack of stomach acid. Okay, so the stomach acid serves a purpose, as it should be destroying parasites and bacteria and viruses and protozoa before the food moves along to the small intestine. Yes, there are a few hardy species that can survive stomach acid, which can be beneficial as well. Ideally, we need to have a stomach acid of 1.5 to 3.5. Anything above this, we do start to get problems. Now, with the stomach acid, I will cover this later, but there are quite a few causes, one of which is stress, proton pump inhibitors, and kind of medications that can do that as well. Okay, so let's have a look at autoimmunity. So the microbiome acts as a barrier against the gut and the outside world. And it's really this barrier that protects us and kind of communicates to our immune system. Now, throughout our digestive tract, so under our digestive tract, we've got lymphoid tissue called gut-associated lymphoid tissue, which we shorten to GALT. Now, in here, you've got the T cells, the T lymphocytes, and the B lymphocytes. T lymphocyte dysregulation is responsible for autoimmunity. And when we get these changes in the gap junctions from SIBO, small intestinal bacterial overgrowth, they can move apart, and the food particles and bacteria particles can move through the gut, and they can, one, reach the immune system, which causes overactivity of the immune system, and two, they can come in contact with the GALT as well, which causes an increase in inflammation and kind of these inflammatory markers. And in my clinic, I've never seen a leaky gut, autoimmunity without a leaky gut. So it is very, the two do come in hand to hand. You need to sort out the microbiome, sort out the gut, and the autoimmunity, improves. Now, I'm not saying that that's the answer to autoimmunity, because there are many other factors involved, but that's just one piece of the puzzle that we do need to address. Okay, so dysbiosis is strongly associated with Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis, type 1 diabetes, and rheumatoid arthritis as well. So these are the most common autoimmune disorders that people have. Okay, so the current thought as well is that some types of bacteria and viruses have very similar protein structures to what we have in our own body. And your body gets so used to attacking that and trying to keep that under control that after a while it starts to kind of attack your own body tissues. And this is, although we haven't got 100% evidence on this, it is regarded by immunologists to be true. Okay, so that's IBD. Okay, so in the gut-associated lymphoid tissue, there we do store a lot of the immune cells, so we do need to make sure that the gut is healthy, and so the GALT can do its job of immune regulation effectively. Okay, and the microbiome does shape the intestinal response quite dramatically. And with people with irritable bowel diseases like Crohn's, or colitis, ulcerative colitis, we do have you know, certain techniques that we can use to give them a beneficial microbiome and to kind of improve their symptoms. Now, one of the techniques is called fetal rectal infusion. Now, you know, when I explain it to you, you're probably going to think that sounds a bit grim, but what they do is they get the fecal matter of a healthy person and they put it into the colon of an unhealthy person. I can see some of you pulling funny faces at me right now, but actually, if you've got an IBD and you need that microbiome transmission, that's a really effective way of getting healthy microbiome into your body. And, you know, the results have been impressive on that. Okay, so what does cause a bad microbiome? Sorry, mum, but you know, our mothers are the initial cause at birth. Now, there are obviously other factors, birthing method, feeding, antibiotic use. Now, it's estimated that over 50% of antibiotics are prescribed inappropriately. So we do need them to save lives. So, you know, if your doctor is recommending that you have antibiotics, please do take them. But do have that conversation with him as well. Do I need these, or can I come back in a couple of days and see whether they are really, really necessary? Because they are indiscriminate. Okay, NSAIDs, non-steroidal anti-inflammatories. They do cause gut irritation, and they can cause problems with gut, which causes poor absorption of the microbiome to the gut wall. So really, we don't want to have any irritation in there. Stress as well has a massive impact on microbiome and how our gut functions. So number one, when we're stressed, we're not producing enough hydrochloric acid, which means we're not killing off the microbes that we need to before our food goes into digestion, more likely to have small intestinal bacterial overgrowth. Stress also causes a spike in blood sugar. So when you're stressed, your body's expecting to have to run away or fight, you know, run away from the tiger or fight it. And what it does is it puts your glycogen stores into your blood as glucose. You get a massive blood sugar spike, which is fine if you're going to run or you're going to do some kind of hardcore exercise to utilize that glucose. But actually, most of the time, we're sat at our desks reading an email or something. We're not utilizing that blood sugar spike. And having that blood sugar spike does actually decrease our immune system. And poor diet as well has a massive impact on microbiome. So we look at the typical American diet. We call it SAD, S-A-D, ironically. Pretty low in fiber, very high in fat, and just generally detrimental for the body's microbiome. So we do need to kind of move away from that and go to a more whole food diet with fiber. Okay, so I do a lot of testing in my clinic. Okay, I think it's really important to know what's going on. Try and get as much information as you can. I've got some results here. So let's have a look at the beta-glucuronidase. Okay, so this chappie hasn't got enough. Now, beta-glucuronidase is also produced by some of the beneficial bacteria in the small intestine. Okay, now we do need it in small amounts because it's useful for carbohydrate digestion. But when we have an excess, then it becomes problematic. And as you can see here, this chappie has got no growth of lactobacillus species, and his bifidobacterem's fine. He's also got non-pathogens. So here, really, all we need to do is to put in probiotics, work out why he hasn't got any lactobacillus growth going on, and these markers should then align themselves and correct themselves. Okay, so this is results from a person that has got a pathogen. Okay, and what we get is we get a chart of its susceptibility to natural antimicrobials. So for this particular pathogen, the lab is recommending grapefruit seed extract. So this is done by a lab called Doctors Data, and the previous one was by a lab called Genova Diagnostics. Now, there are plenty of labs, private labs in India that you can go and get tested if you want to, and also you can ask your doctor to get you hooked up with some good tests as well. Okay, so for a leaky gut test, so what we do is we drink 2 sugars and then we collect our urine. And these 2 sugars are lactulose and mannitol, and they shouldn't be passing through the gut wall. If you've got them in your urine, it means they've been in your blood, and it means they're going through the gut wall and that you have got intestinal permeability issues that you do need to look at. Okay, so what can we do? This is the meaty bit and the important bit. So the first one is diet. Okay, this is where it all starts, guys. And it starts with 1 day. 1 day of changing your diet is enough to change your microbiome. Not completely, but this is where it starts, okay? And we do see that shift after 1 day. The microbiome impacts the diet, and the diet impacts the microbiome. So if you've got lots of yeasts, you're more likely to be craving sugars and want those sugars that decrease immunity so the yeast can thrive. So with diet, you also need to be making sure that you've got enough fiber. You need to be eating, how many portions of fruit and veg do we need, guys? Anyone know? 5? Try a bit higher. 7 to 9. Now, the reason the current recommendation of 5 fruit and vegetables is because people weren't meeting the current recommendation of 3. So if they said 7 to 9, then people aren't even going to try. And any extra portion of fruit is beneficial for health anyway, or vegetables even. So they say aim for 5 a day, but really we need 7 to 9 portions. We need the phytonutrients in there. We need that fiber that's going to feed the microbiome. Okay, so you need to exclude refined carbohydrates and sugars. They cause a massive blood sugar spike, which weakens your immune system. Okay, and that then allows the parasites and the yeast to grow and develop. Okay, fiber, omega-3 fatty acids. Omega-3 fatty acids help with the adherence of the microbiome to the gut wall. Okay, now so many people have a major imbalance of omega-6 to omega-3. So we need omega-6 and omega-3 in a 2-to-1 ratio. But actually, half the people that walk through my clinic don't have any omega-3 in their diets, and it's all vegetable oils and kind of grains and these foods which are really high in omega-6. And it's hard if you're a vegetarian or a vegan to get enough omega-3 into your diet. Really hard. So we need to make sure that we have got some source. And I recommend, if you're a vegan or a vegetarian, supplementing with algae omega that's already converted into its active form DHA and EPA. Okay, so in the words of Michael Pollan, eat foods not too much and mostly plants. So it's okay to have some animal products in there, but the majority of what we eat should be food, plant foods and fiber. Okay, so what we need for a good gut garden is much the same as what we need for a plant garden or a park, okay? So we need less chemicals, we need more nutrition and a little bit of dirt, okay? So many people are dirt phobic, and it causes a problem with our microbiome. If you've got a dysbiosis, then you need to be careful with kind of dirt and picking up bad viruses and bacteria. But actually, if you're healthy, then there's no reason why you should be overly concerned about a little bit of dirt. Okay, so fermented foods, really, really important for a good microbiome. So they produce billions of organisms to the food, and a very large number of species and strains. And they also help to pre-digest the food as well, which makes it easier for us to utilize and get nutrition from it. Okay, so if we look at sauerkraut, the main organism in sauerkraut is Bacillus clase, and it's found in healthy soils and plants. And this is the one that's particularly beneficial for the upper respiratory tract. Okay, so this is going to help to protect you against sore throats or kind of anything that's going on there. And it's also antibiotic resistant. So if you do have to take antibiotics, make sure you are taking the specific strain of probiotics. Natto, okay, it's fermented soy, also contains Bacillus subtilis, which helps to break down hydrocarbons in the gut. Hydrocarbons are carcinogenic, so we need to make sure we've got loads of those in there. And Saccharomyces boulardii is also a really beneficial microbe that we can put in. Normally it's just found in supplementation. It helps to support the GALT, the gut-associated lymphoid tissue, and modulates the immunoglobulins. Again, another good one to take with antibiotics. It is a beneficial yeast rather than a bacteria. So if you are taking probiotics, then the probiotic's not going to target that because it's a yeast. And it can help to prevent yeast overgrowth or kind of thrush that you typically get after antibiotics. Okay, so we need to ensure that our hydrochloric acid levels are correct. So you can go to a doctor, you can ask him for a pH test. So things that might cause a low hydrochloric acid levels are stress, smoking, especially smoking cannabis, And also, if you're on proton pump inhibitors like omeprazole or something, this can decrease, this decreases stomach acid, which may be good if you've got acid reflux, but it's not good if you want to avoid small intestinal bacterial overgrowth. Okay, really, you've got to do stress. This is one of the major components in supporting your microbiome and also your hydrochloric acid levels. Making sure you are walking in nature, okay? So when we walk in nature, we inhale loads of plant chemicals called phytoncides. These are proved to significantly decrease urine levels of stress hormone azole, and also helps to regulate the immune system. So it is really important that we do get outside and walk in nature. Take a probiotic supplement and also consume fermented foods daily. Eliminate food intolerances. Food intolerances cause irritation of the gut, which decreases the adhesion of the microbiome. Consume a diet that's at least 80% nutritious foods. Now, the reason we say 80% nutritious foods is because you can get away with this. And if I said 100%, you've got to be, totally teetotal, beneficial foods only, it's going to drive you crazy. And you're going to forget that, when you go to the birthday party, what you're going to eat. You need that 20% leeway. And that's fine because we need an 80% beneficial microbiome anyway, which translates to a diet of 80% beneficial. So 20% leeway equates to about 1 meal a week. So if you want to go and have your favorite food for 1 meal, that's fine, or equivalent to 1 snack a day. Okay, avoid antibacterial products. Now, we're a nation obsessed with antibacterial products, but who said that antibacterial was good? Bacteria is great. I love bacteria. It's in our toothpaste, it's in our mouthwash, it's in our hand sanitizer. It's everywhere. We spray it, but it's detrimental. It destroys our microbiome. And going organic as well. So food has to be stronger, provides more phytoncides than non-organic foods. It's got to provide those phytoncides to protect itself against insects, and these are generally beneficial for our microbiome. And when you are looking at a probiotic supplement, there's 3 really important factors, okay? So you need to make sure that you know the genus, okay, the species and the strain. So if you pick up a box of probiotics and it just tells you the genus or the species, put it down, okay? Now, the reason I'm telling you this is because when you've got the genus, the species, and the strain, you can look on your research on what is this strain beneficial for. If you don't know what strain you're taking, then you're not going to know what it's useful for. So we've got Lactobacillus acidophilus risel 52 or Lactobacillus Lactobacillus rhamnosus GG. So it's really, really important to know the exact species that you are taking, and therefore, so you're able to do your research. Okay, thank you for listening, guys. I really hope you enjoyed our talk.
Questions?
Thank you. You kind of mentioned it at the end about probiotics.
Yeah.
There are a number of these on the market. Some come in little bottles.
Yeah.
How effective are these, and which ones should a person who's not had a microbiome test typically consume given the Indian diet and conditions,
Yeah.
etc.?
Okay, so with probiotics, the important thing is to look at the quality, okay? So not all of them will survive stomach acid. Not all of them are going to get to where they want to be and do what you want them to do. So this goes back to this slide here, looking at these specific strains. So you need to look for, number 1, a probiotic that's got these mentioned on them, and number 2, any good probiotic company would have done studies on their own probiotic to show its effectiveness. So I like Simprove. Actually, I don't know if you guys have it here. It's something we have in the UK. And I like it because they've done a lot of research on it at the London King's College University against IBS and inflammatory bowel disorders. So that's the reason I use this one most of the time. But again, if someone's coming to me with antibiotics, then I'd give them Saccharomyces boulardii. So it's really a case of individualizing it, but making sure that the probiotics you are recommending have got research that goes along with them.
Question about what alcohol does to your gut bacteria.
Yeah.
You had a slide with wine on it and you said
Yeah.
you like wine, but what about liquor, hard liquor? How does that affect the gut?
Yeah, so there's nothing wrong with enjoying a little bit of wine in moderation. After all, we've got to enjoy life, we've got to enjoy food, and as long as in that 20% bracket, then that's fine. Now, what the alcohol does, it does cause the gap junctions to move apart in the body, and then that has a detrimental impact on the immune system. It also utilizes a lot of B vitamins as well in order for your liver to process that. So that's the kind of the main mode of detriment to the gut. Yeah.
That was actually a good talk. You covered extensively. Can you enlighten on the latest foods which have come up regarding the kefirs and the kombucha? Do you have any idea about the probiotics, especially the kefir?
So
because Socrate as such is available in Germany. But in India, as such, for probiotic foods, we have to find something socially available.
So do you mean what strains in the
No, I'm saying kefir.
Oh, of kefir, okay. Yeah, so there's actually 35 different strains identified in kefir. I did actually have a slide, which I took out because the talk went on a bit long, that contained them all. Now, they do produce a lot of lactobacillus in kefir, but also things like candida, which, you know, is considered a detrimental organism, but it's only detrimental in certain numbers, and if it takes over your body. We do naturally have candida in our body, you know, everybody's got it, and it's your body's ability to kind of keep that in check. So kefir, mostly lactobacillus, and bifido strains as well, a few in there, but there's 35 in there.
Will that be the same for Yakult as well?
Yogurt, yep, so it's another source of beneficial bacteria, and again, it's the lactobacillus strains, yep.
Yakult?
It's got a lot of sugar in it.
I had a quick question.
Yeah.
When you said our microbiome is 200 times our DNA,
yeah.
Is it made of nucleotide as the DNA is?
So they've got obviously their own DNA structure. So that's what we're looking at, the amount of DNA in the microbiome compared to the amount of DNA in our body. So there are more microbiome cells than there are human cells.
Is it made of ACG?
Pardon?
Is it made of those 4 nucleotides?
I don't know. I can't answer that, no. Yeah. Well, if you've got a coating on your tongue, then I would probably scrape it off. You know, if you've got a coating on your tongue, then I would advise getting that off, yes. I obviously advise brushing teeth with toothpaste, but try to get one that doesn't have antibacterial agents in it. It's like, I probably get told off by a dentist for saying this. But we do need to keep the microflora in the gut in equilibrium as well, and in homeostasis. And using antibacterial toothpaste and mouthwashes is not beneficial, but the simple action of brushing off isn't going to cause a problem.
I'm a practicing physician, and about the brushing, reason why you brush is to remove food particle that might be stuck in your tooth, which is the reason that you might get a cavity or a caries. Not really to, you know, brush it so rigorously that you're gonna use, like, you know, yeah, you're not supposed to use the antibacterial, you know, your normal, any kind of toothpaste. I mean, these days, the age-old methods of using salt and everything has come back in our, you know, and it has to do a lot with what was very right in the past, you know, what has been culturally or our grandma therapies which have been going on, and they are very true in a lot of senses. Somebody was asking about different strains or prescription drugs that we give for probiotics. So as rightly mentioned, we give a lot of this Lactobacillus clausi and Saccharomyces very easily, Enterogermina. There are a lot of you know, brands which are available. If you read at the small print of it, you will realize what is the content. So there is something called as Econom, Enterogermina, which are very commonly prescribed by doctors, which contain the right kind of probiotics that are required for most people who have gut-related issues. So we prescribe it a lot for irritable bowel and, you know, inflammatory bowel diseases. And very commonly these are so commonly seen in a lot of people, added on with the stress and lifestyle and blah, blah that's going on with us. So they are very much available. You can reach out to your doctor and get it. Thank you.
Yeah. So microbiome testing is very limited. You know, there's 40,000 different species identified to date. When you test the microbiome, you don't test for 40,000 different species. And like I showed you on the slide earlier, it just gives you a broad overview. So it looks for Lactobacillus species, it looks for Bifidobacterium species, and my chap had no Lactobacillus growth, but he was, competent in the others. So is that kind of what you're asking? Is there a way of... Oh, okay. So anybody that comes to me with gut issues or immune issues, I test. Yeah. So the Genova Diagnostics one is called a CDSA plus parasitology. Yeah.
Is there a direct correlation between sleep and gut health?
Sleep and gut health?
Yeah, because whenever I wake up early morning for my flight, then that day my gut function sort of goes for a toss.
Yeah, so there is a possible link there. So serotonin is actually created in the gut, okay, and you need beneficial microbiome to be able to create efficient amounts of serotonin. So serotonin travels then from the gut to the brain, which it gets converted to melatonin, which is needed for sleep regulation. So there's a possible link there, but I would say if you're having trouble sleeping, more likely things like magnesium would be beneficial.
Any more questions?
So using probiotics actually improves your gut microbe.
Okay.
Yeah, the question is, sticking on supplementation slowly and gradually makes it better, or do we need to shift to prebiotics also? And like, how do you take it to a point where it's normal again?
Yeah. Okay, so we shouldn't be on probiotics for life, okay? It's just something to create an equilibrium within your gut. Most of them are transient, which means they pass through the gut, whether that be in a day or a week or 2 weeks or whatever. Most of them do not colonize in the gut, but what they do as they pass, they change the environment, so they create the lactic acid, and they release substances which encourage the growth of the friendly bacteria. If you're having to take probiotics for a long period of time, and as soon as you come off them, you see, your health declines, then you've got to look at what else is going on in the gut. Do you have food intolerances that's causing inflammation in the gut, which means they can't adhere to the gut wall effectively? Are you deficient in omega-3? There's a lot of things that are going on in the gut that kind of do inhibit microbiome, microbiome adhesion. In terms of prebiotics, if you're eating 7 to 9 portions of vegetables and fruits per day, then you should be getting them from foods, really. You've got to look at how nature intended. Nature never intended us to take a supplement, yeah? And whether that's probiotics or prebiotics. As it happens, nature also didn't intend for us to have antibiotics and antimicrobial substances. So it's all about getting yourself back to a state of equilibrium where you don't have to take probiotics. You can eat your fermented foods. If you look at most of the cultures in the world, they do naturally have fermented foods in their diet. Actually, places like the USA and England, where we don't naturally have these in our diets, apart from the occasional yogurt, we have a lot poorer health. So as long as you're kind of having those fibers from the fruit and vegetables and the fermented foods, you shouldn't be having to take a probiotic forever, just when your kind of equilibrium is achieved.
Thanks, Ella.
You're welcome.
It was a great talk. We have our Zumba and journaling workshops up next. Zumba is going to happen here. Angeline is right there. The journaling workshop will happen outside. Yeah, outside. There's also unicycling, electrical unicycling outside near the parking area. There's also cycling. There's Zwift here.
Check, 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 check. Check. Yeah, but I had to keep it really close. Now is it audible? Check, mic, check. Check, check. Audible now? Clearly? Shall we start? People, do you need to start? 5.
The Zumba workshop is about to start. Please move there, everyone. What? Switch to?
suggest I wait, I'll wait. It's more of a workout, what I'm going to be teaching today. Okay. They say wait. Okay. So what we're doing today is not like the, no, no, no. Is not very similar to the Zumba that you've known and you've heard about, which is a lot of dance, which is a lot of ooh, ooh, and ah, ah. We have a very serious workout here today. So we're going to be planking, we're going to be doing push-ups and squats and things like that. So you need to be strong, and even if you're not, these are the workouts that will make you strong, that will increase your stamina and endurance. So before we start off, can I just see everyone going into a nice squat? You know your squats? Are you going to be dancing? Okay. All right. All right. So when you're squatting, you have to go down as if you're about to sit on a chair there. So you have to push your hip back and squat down. Make sure your knees are behind your toes. So this is going to hurt your knees. So push back. Yeah. And come back up. So if you can't do a proper squat today, I don't mind you just do like half a squat. That's okay with me. Because I don't want you to tire yourself out before the rest of the day. Let's go down into a plank. Can you all show me a plank? Yes, come on, show me. I think you're going to have to come on stage with me. Oh, awesome. Can you do a plank on your hand? No, 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 both the hands. Right? So it's essentially one straight line from the top of your head to your heel. Now in the same position, let's try and do a push-up. You're down here, and you're coming back up. Right? If you can't do this push-up, you can always get down on your knees and do the same thing. Right? If you still can't, just stay here. Okay? So what you need to know is through your workout today, I'm going to start off really easy. We're going to do really simple stuff, and I'm going to keep adding on intensity. So if you can't do the intense forms, you can always go back to the simple stuff. Right? Let's start with a little warm-up. So we're going to start with mobilizing our torso. Hands up, turn, turn. So at the same time, we're warming up our ankle joints. Come down. Perfect. Just turn, twist, 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 and reach, reach, stretch. Awesome, now reach up. Simply warming. Take it across. All right, you're going to watch here now. Stretch and turn. Stretch, turn, stretch, turn, stretch, turn, stretch, turn. Come on. Up and round. Up, round, up, round, up. Roll your shoulders. Roll, roll. We're going to target each and every joint, warming it up. Roll, roll. All right, now I want to show me your triceps. Show me these, come on. Super fantastic. Give me some speed rolls. Speed rolls, speed rolls. Twist and reach. Twist, reach, twist, reach, twist, reach, twist, reach, twist, reach, twist, reach. Warm up. March it out. 5, 6, 7. Right knee up, up. Left knee up, up, up. Fantastic. 4 knees. 4, 3, 2, 4 squats. Down, 2, 3, left knee. 4, 3, 2, 4 squats. Down, 2, 3, right knee. Up, 2, 3, 4 squats. Very small squats. Left knee. Pull. 2, 3, 4 squats. 4, 3, right and left. Up and back. Up and back. Up, back. Up, back. Up, back. Up. That's your right knee, left leg. Right knee, left leg. Up, back. Up, back. Come on. Up, back. Up, back. Up. Awesome. Come down. Into your plank. Hold it here. Hips up. 5, 6. Come back in. 2, 3, and 4. Down. 2, 3, 4. Up. 2, 3. March it out. Left knee, right leg. Left knee, right leg. Left and right. Left, right, left, right. Hut. Hut. Left, right, left, right, left, right. 4 more. 4, 3, 2, and 1. March it out. March, 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 march. Your last section for the warm-up, my favorite part. Small jog, easy. 5, 6, 7, right knee pull. Left knee. Right. Left. Move. 2 knees. Move. 2 knees. Up, up. Easy. Twist side to side. No moving hips, only torso. Ready? Travel. Twist. Travel. Open out your chest, stretch out, pull back in. This is your time to breathe. One more time. Excellent. Get your hands here, warming up your spine. Reverse it. Last time. Turn to the right. You're going to punch twice, lunge 3 times. 3, 2, hit. 3, 2, hit. 3, 2, 1, hit. Turn to the other side. 3, 2, 1, hit. 3, 2, 1, hit. 3, 2, hit. 3, 2, face forward. Squat, up, hit. Squat, up, hit. Down, up, hit. Down, up, hit. 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 Skip, 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 skip. Nice. Ready? Travel. 4 punches. 4, 3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 2, 1. 4, 3. Hold it here. Breathe. some blocks. Come on. That was your warm-up. Please drink water. Please. Everyone okay? Come on. So we don't want our body to cool down. I'm just taking a very short workshop today. Not as strenuous as yesterday. You're okay? All good? Ready? Just make sure you're moving front and back. Right leg forward, 3 lunges. 4. Step back. 3, 2, 1. Step forward. 3, 2, 1. Step back. 3, 2. All right. Single. Forward. Front. Center. Back. Center. Front. Center. Back. Center. Front. Center. Back. Center. Front. Center. Back. So keep a really steady upper body. Stay down. Step front. Front and back. Front. Back. Front. Back. Front. Back. Come on, make it count. Front. Back. Front. Back. Left leg. 3 lunges. 3, 2, 1. Take it back. 3, 2, 1. Forward. 3, 2, 1. Take it back. 3, 2. Single. Forward. Front. Center. Back. Center. Front. Center. Back. Center. Front. Center. Back. Center. Front. Center. Back. You know what comes next? 5, 6, 7. Ready? Forward. Front, front, back, back. Stay low. Feel this burning. Awesome. March it out. March, 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 march. Awesome. So what we're going to do in this one is a squat, knee, squat, knee. Ready? Faster. Squat. Hey. Squat. Hey. Squat. Hey. Squat. Jumping jacks. Ready? Let's squat again. Squat. Knee. Squat. Knee. Squat. Knee. Squat. Jumping jacks. Awesome. Building easy. Again. Front, front. Now you're going to touch the ground. Back up. And down. Back up. And down. Step back. Step in. Up and up. Down and back. And in. Squat and knee. Squat. Hey. Squat. Hey. Squat. Squat. Jumping jacks. Awesome. Try that again. Squat. Hey. You'll feel better if you shout. Hey. Hey. Ready?
Ready? Give me 8 push-ups. 8, up. 7, up. You can go on your knees, it's okay. 4, 3, 2, step back up. Up, up, up. Squat. Hey, 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 hey. Jumping jacks. Ready? Last time. Squat down. Hey, hey. Come on. Down. Step back. Step in. Back up. Down. And back. And in. And up. Last 2. Back, back. In, up, up. Down, down. Back, back. In, up. And squat. Hey, hey, hey. Come on, you can do single legs, it's okay. March it out. Time to breathe again before we take a break. So now you're gonna kick back. Kick, 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 kick. So how it goes is, keep your legs straight. Use only your glutes to kick, 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 kick. Punch, punch, in, out. Punch, punch, in, out. Punch, punch, in, out. Ready? Kick back. Kick, kick. Really squeeze your glutes. 5, 6, 7. Ready? Punch, punch, in, out. Punch, punch, in, out, punch, punch. You're doing fantastic. March it out. Give me a march. March, 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 march. Come on. Just a simple march. Ready? Speed it up. Faster. Punch, punch, in, out. Amazing. Punch, punch, kick. Punch, punch, kick. Punch, punch, lift. Punch, punch, lift. Punch, punch. Last time. Give me a march. Listen to the music. Deep breaths. This is your cleansing time. Ready? Speed it up. Faster. Let's go. Punch, punch, in, out. Punch, punch, in, out. Hey. 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 Ready? Side kick. Up. 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 Fantastic. Kick back. Awesome. You've got your first break. Please drink water. Yeah, why were you doing without shoes? Why were you without shoes? You've got shoes. I didn't know you had shoes. You were dancing barefoot. Really? Which shoes? Quick sip, guys, and we're moving again. Ready? All right. Legs wide. Reach out to your left, and you're going to pull your right knee in. Pull and reach. Pull and reach. Make it faster. Pull, reach. Pull, reach. Pull, reach. Use your core. Tighten up. Pull, reach. Pull, reach. Pull, reach. Ready? Side to side. Easy. 5, 6, 7. Same thing with your left leg. Let's go. Pull, reach, pull, reach, pull, reach. Use your core. 4 more. 3, 2, 1. Come back in. Front. 2, 3, 4 squats. Down. 2, 3. Left leg. Front. 2, 3, 4 squats. Right leg. 4 squats. 2, 3. Left leg. 4 squats. Go down into your plank. All right, so you're going to go up, pike, push up. Pike, push up. Pike, and down. Come on. Pike, down. You can go on your knees. Pike, down. Pike, push with your elbows. Come on. Pike, up. Come back up. Up, up, up. Let's go. Front and back. Give me nice and wide squats. Front, back, front, jumping jacks. Front, jumping jacks. Hit, hit, hit. Forward. Jumping jacks. Awesome. Hold it here. Left leg. Sorry, right leg. 2, 3, 4 squats. Left leg. Stay low. 4 squats. Right leg. 4 squats. Left leg. 4 squats. March it out. Awesome. Squat, knee. Prisoner squat, knee, squat, knee, squat, knee, squat. Ready? Let's try speeding it up. Squat, hey, squat, hey, squat, hey, squat, hey, squat, hey, squat, hey, squat, hey. Right knee, elbow, up, hit, up, hit, up, hit. Right knee, left hand, right knee, left hand, right knee, hit. All right, 4 punches. 4, 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, single, double, double. All right, 4 punches. Back. One, two, three, four. Very nice. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Uppercut. Single, single, double, double. Single, single, double, double. Single, single, double, double. Single, single. Ready? Speed. Single, single, double. Single, single, double. Ha! Single, single, double. Back to the beginning. Squat, knee. Squat, you're almost done. Come on, be strong. Squat, knee, squat. Ready? Little speed. Squat, up, squat, up, squat, up, squat, up, squat, up, squat, up, squat, up. Left hand, left leg, right hand, up, hit, up, hit, up, hit, up, hit, up, hit, up, hit, up, hit. Awesome. Please breathe, please breathe. Last section, then break. 5, 6, 7. Give me some side kicks. Kick, down, kick, down, kick, down, kick. 4 more. 4, 3, 2, 1. Lunge back. Lunge, up, lunge, up, lunge, up. All right, tap out to the right. Tap, 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 tap. Stay low. Awesome. Left leg. Easy. 5, 6. Right and left. Lunge back. Good job. 5, 6, 7. All right. Cross punches. 1, 2, 3, 4. Up, up. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come down into your plank. Very nice. Hold it here. Come back up. 5, 6, 7. Tap, tap, tap. Stay low. Be strong on this leg. Perfect. Stay low, stay low. Come on, be strong. Alternate right and left. Be strong. 4, 3, 2, 1. Punch. 1, 2, 3, 4. Up, up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on, 4 more. Last time. Awesome. Go down into your plank. So I'm doing it to the side so you can see me. You're going to pike up and then come back into plank. Pike up and plank. Last time, just spike up here. Now all you're going to do is bend your elbow, come back up. Bend, up, bend. So these are called inverted push-ups. 4, come on. 3, 2, 1. Start coming back up. Back up. 5, 6, 7. Left hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Up, up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Four more. 4. Up, up. 3, 2. Last one. 1. Ready? Lunge back. Lunge, up, lunge, up, lunge, up, lunge. 4 more. You're done. 3, 2, and 1. Fantastic. Please drink water. We're going to cool down. Ready? Let's come and stretch. All right, stretch out your chest. Stretch, pull, out, in, out, in. Rotate your right hand. Nice. All right, lunge out to your right side. Toes facing forward. All you're going to do is feel a stretch on the inside here. To the left side. Just feel that stretch in. Toes forward. 5, 6, 7. Right hand, reach up. Reach and down. Stretch and down. Stretch, take it circle. Once more. Full circle. All right. Left hand. Awesome. Now let's just turn to the right. Both toes facing there. Lunge forward. Now you're going to feel a stretch on the front. That's your quads. Let's turn to the other side. Hold it here. Stretch out. 5, 6. Come back to the center. Left hand. Reach and down. Reach, down. Take it round. Simple reach. Reach and down. Just reach, just reach, just reach. Last time. Roll your shoulders. Five, 6, 7. Reverse it. Push. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Very nice. Right hand, tricep stretch. Pull it back. That's it. 5, 6, 7. Left hand, pull. Right hand, take it out and pull. 5, 6, 7. Cross. reach out to the front, stretch. 5, 6, 7, take it back. Place your fingers at the back and stretch. 5, 6, chin, down and up. Down and up. Down, up, down, up. Take it right and left. Right, left, right, left, right. Ready? Small circles. Reverse. Reverse it. Reverse again. Last time. Bring your feet together. Take a deep breath. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. We'll start Savitra's talk, The Neurobiology of Addiction, in about 3 minutes. The journaling workshop is done, so people are slowly trickling in. And the women's health discussion has been postponed to after this talk because a lot of women from the discussion are interested in the talk. So everyone's sitting here now.
Check test volume. It's on. It's on. Check. Yeah. Okay. Do I start? No. Yeah. Display as well. Okay. Do I? Am I starting? Do we start? Wait. Start. Okay. Uh, Hi. Good evening, everybody. My name is Savit, and I'm here to speak on the neurobiology of addiction and habits. I'm a neurosurgeon by profession, and at various points of time, I've dabbled in being a cook, a chef, a musician, and an erstwhile runner. And when I was contacted to speak on addiction, I do have a background of working with the brain for the last 10 years. Though, like I keep saying, I'm a hardware person. I'm a neurosurgeon. I hack into the brain. And when I say hack into the brain, I literally hack into the brain. And though addiction and habits are more functions of software, and this was quite a bit of a learning experience for me when I started preparing for this talk as well. I'm going to start with, all good things start with Shakespeare. So what a piece of work is man, how noble in reason, how infinite in faculty, in form and moving, how express and admirable, in action, how like an angel, in apprehension, how like a god. Now, this noble reason, infinite faculty, express form and admirable movement, angelic actions and godlike apprehensions, all of it stem from the brain. What we are, what we do, what we think, what we say, what you understand, everything is from the brain. Many years ago, many years ago, the first time man opened up an animal and saw a beating heart, got very impressed at a moving object, decided that the heart was the seat of everything. And today, thankfully, we know much more, and everything is the brain. This, however, is an addicted brain that you can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave. Before I start off on addiction, this is what the brain in false color looks like. In real life, it's about 1.5 kilograms. It looks and feels like well-set, pale, boring custard. There are a bunch of blood vessels on it. It's rather gross, but the brain is broadly divided into the frontal lobe, the occipital lobe, the temporal lobe, and the parietal lobe. Each has its own function. The parietal lobe controls movement and sensation. The occipital lobe is largely deals with vision. The temporal lobe with language and some amount of memory. And it is the frontal and largely the prefrontal lobe that distinguishes humans from animals. We have prominent foreheads because our forebrains are developed. When you compare them to gorillas or other primates or even smaller animals, they don't have a forehead because they don't have a prefrontal cortex. And this is the basic unit of functioning of the brain. This is going to be a little basic for a while. This is a neuron or a nerve cell. It has a cell body. It has dendrites that collect information. It has a long axon that relays information. This axon is covered in myelin, which acts like insulation. And two neurons communicate with what's called a synapse. And when they say the brain transmits through electricity, it strictly doesn't. It transmits through chemicals. Two cells talk to each other through chemicals, all right? And these chemicals are called neurotransmitters. You've heard of dopamine. It's the happy molecule. We'll get back to it in a moment. But where the electricity comes in is where a message is transmitted from here down to here. And that's an electrical current. And that is measurable. Again, the anatomy and functional areas of the brain. This slide is shown primarily to show you what the surface of the brain does. So the surface of the brain does all the fun stuff, all the thinking, all the visual stuff, all the auditory stuff, all the movements, all sensations, all of that gets integrated at the surface. But that's like the facade of a building. That's like the glass and a beautiful Burj Khalifa that you're seeing. But what is really running things is this is the earliest system of the brain, and this is the limbic system, which is right in the center. And this is the system that runs emotions, that runs stress, that runs fear, that runs flight, that runs anger and hate and all of the things that lead to the dark side. And this is right in the center of the brain. And this part is hugely developed in animals, and rodents, and primates, and pretty much every animal. The olfactory lobe, which deals with smell, the amygdala, which deals with emotion, and this entire circuit is far higher developed in animals than it is in humans. And in the humans, the prefrontal lobe, or the thinking cortex, suppresses the limbic cortex. In between the two are these things called the basal ganglia, which are groups of cells which lie deep within the brain, just between the fun area and the limbic cortex. So if the limbic cortex can be thought of as the AC plant, the basal ganglia are the vents, right? In our massive Burj Khalifa type building, that's the brain. The basal ganglia are both anatomically and functionally complex. They connect to various parts of the brain, both the cortical areas and the limbic areas and the brainstem. They are involved in information processing, motor function, learning, automatic and subconscious movements, and in the overall smoothing of it. So if right in the center, deep within this is the limbic system, just outside it are the basal ganglia, and outside that is the cortex. And a bunch of names, but the only one that's really important is the striatum, at least with respect to what we're going to talk about. The striatum consists of the caudate nucleus, which is this little fellow, and the putamen, which is this fellow. Again, subgroups of the basal ganglia, which the striatum, again, being super important. And if you notice, there is a communication with the olfactory tubercle, which again is a part of the limbic system. This is a fearful slide. It scared the hell out of me when I was training, because we was actually supposed to know this by heart. I still don't know it. I read it one day before the exams. I spewed it out when I needed to. But this is there to generally talk about two things. One is the complexity of connections in the brain. The other is the fact that this, being the basal ganglia, is connected to the cortex, which is the outer part of the brain. The tectum and the prepontine nuclei are parts of the brain stem, which deal with basic functions of normal regulation of, say, heart rate and breathing. The thalamus is the relay station for all sensory and motor input, and right at the bottom is this bit of connection. And this is just there to show you how complex things are, and also it's like a disclaimer that pretty much anything I tell you about how things are connected is still conjecture, and we're still trying to understand how the brain works. Neurotransmitters. So how two cells in the brain communicate is through neurotransmitters. That is very relevant for us in this talk. Other ones would be noradrenaline, the corticotropin releasing factor, opioids, which are the body's own variants of heroin, serotonin, and other compounds like nociceptin, enkephalins, anandamide, endogenous cannabinoids and things like that. Now, dopamine is probably the most important neurotransmitter with this regard within the basal ganglia, and it's seen in two main pathways. One is called the Niagara-Strial dopaminergic pathway, and this is just put in for a fun fact that this is the pathway that gets disrupted in patients with Parkinson's disease. And this is the pathway which is required for smoothing of motor function. So when this pathway gets busted, you have patients with symptoms of Parkinson's where they have tremors, they have slowness of movement. The other pathway, which is finally being relevant, is the mesocorticolimbic system, what we also like to call the reward. Now, the reward pathway is the part of the brain that makes us happy. It's the part of the brain that lights up when your crush smiles at you. It's the part of the brain that lights up when you get that first sip of coffee, when you sneak away and have a cupcake, when you run a race and you win, when you achieve a milestone, be it in academics or anything, when somebody pats you on the back and says, good job, when you snort cocaine, when you mainline heroin, when you smoke your first cigarette, okay? And that's the part of the brain that leads to something called incentive salience, which is what makes people go back to a drug, which is what gives people the incentive to go back to drugs. The fun thing about the reward pathway is it's extremely unpredictable. It changes for everybody. What makes you happy may not make me happy. What you might want to run a marathon, that might make you happy. And I want to use an elevator, that makes me happy. So what makes people happy is very unpredictable, and that is why that is also why we see such a range of addictions. There are people who can smoke socially, for instance, and I personally hate those people. But I only smoke when I'm drinking, and I drink like twice a week. But no, there are people who can do that. I can't. And one of the reasons why I'm also doing this talk, and it was wonderful that I have been clean off smoking for about 10 months now. So this was a lot of learning as well. Now, if we define addiction, it is the overwhelming compulsion to take a drug. And that's in brackets because we're going to deal with a completely new type of addiction as we get to the end of this talk. It's loss of control and limiting intake of the drug, and the emergence of a negative emotional state when access to this drug is restricted. We discussed DSM. DSM is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual that psychiatrists use to diagnose any psychiatric illness. And these are what shows up when you look at addiction. So taking a substance in larger amounts and for longer than you mean to, wanting to cut down and stop but not managing to, spending a lot of time procuring, using, or recovering from use of the substance, cravings or urges, not managing to do what you should do, say at work or home or school because of substance use, continuing to use even when it causes breakdowns in your relationships, giving up on important social, occupational, recreational activities, using substances again and again even when it puts you in risk, a danger, and continuing to use even when you have a physical or physiological or psychological problem that could have been caused or made worse by the drug, needing more and more of the substance to get the same effect, it's called tolerance, and developing withdrawal symptoms. Now, of all of these, tolerance and withdrawal are the hallmarks of any addictive substance, that you need more and more of it to start to feel the same way, and the the substance is taken off. Now, every addiction has 3 stages, the first being the binge or the intoxication stage, followed by the withdrawal or the negative effect stage, and thirdly, the preoccupation and anticipation stage. Interestingly, each of these stages involves a different part of the brain, a different mechanism, and this is the standard flow chart, so to speak. So you have either a social drug taking or an acute reinforcement, escalating to compulsive use, such as binge drinking, dependence, withdrawal. And for the lucky few who have had a protracted withdrawal, they may recover. For the unlucky few, they may relapse through a protracted withdrawal. And the factors that can lead to this spiral are varied. They're genetic, they're environmental, they can be. So when you go to the intoxication and binge stage, the blue part, which is the basal ganglia, which is the reward pathway, is the one that gets activated, right? And most addictive drugs will either directly activate the dopaminergic pathway or will indirectly act through something called the medial forebrain reward pathway. over time, tolerance develops, which means the amount of drug required to activate the pathway increases. Incentive salience is what I mentioned again, that the lack of the drug makes people, and the fact that they feel good gives people an incentive to actually seek the drug. And conditioning also plays a role in wanting to take the drug again and again. I'm going to come back to changes in threshold in just a bit, but importantly, the compulsion to take the drug continues long after the initial effects of the drug are lost, which means somebody is mainlined heroin, they get high, the high goes away, and then they want more heroin, all right? The second is the withdrawal or the negative effect, and this is what happens when you withdraw the drug. This part, interestingly, brings in the amygdala, brings in the part of the brain that deals with fear, that deals with stress. So when they're off the drug, they start getting stressed, they start getting fearful, all right? And there's a huge negative emotion that happens. And drugs act in the positive reinforcement, so you take a hit, you feel happy. And the negative reinforcement, where if you don't take the drug, the misery you feel causes you to take the drug. And they act in both of these ways. And the reason this happens is that again, this is a part of tolerance, that the sensitivity or the threshold of the reward system progressively increases, the threshold increases and the sensitivity reduces. So you need more and more of the substance to start to not even feel rewarded, but to even feel normal. And there's a graph that will come up in just a bit. The third stage of an addiction is the preoccupation or the craving. And this is the fun part. So the part of the brain, and I smile because it's fascinating to me how the brain works. It's just brilliant. So the part of the brain that deals with craving and preoccupation is the thinking part of the brain. So you come up with these Ponzi schemes to get more drugs. And that's where you start thinking, so how can I get more of this? What can I sell? And so the prefrontal cortex has two systems. And the primary role of the prefrontal cortex is executive function, so thought, decision-making, conscious choice, goal-oriented behavior. And there are two systems there. There's a go system and a stop system. The go system makes us do things. The stop system is your conscience that says, look, chill. Do not cross when the green light is on. You'll get run over. And that's what the stop system is. And in most drug abusers and addicts, they have a suppressed stop system and a more active go system. So they can't stop themselves from getting more of the drug. Alcoholics, of course, are a whole new breed altogether, because over time, their ability to think itself goes to hell. So this is the graph I was talking about. And suppose this is how a person feels when they have a drug, and how the person feels when the drug is withdrawn. Over time, the amount of reward reduces. So most abusers have to take the drug just to reach this baseline, not even cross it. So they need the drug to just function, all right? This is an eulogy to, not a eulogy, but the Russians put this up to say thank you to every lab rat that they had experimented on. Today we have techniques to look into the brain without having to cut it open or resort to lab rats. And while, honestly, I do think animal experimentation is not the right way to go, but I have to acknowledge, as a doctor, a lot of what we do today, a lot of what we know is because of animal experimentation. This is what we also did. So this is your typical lab rat rehab. It's like, I've tried everything anyway, might as well get one more drug in. So a lot of the experiments that we've done on addiction has been on rats and primates. And we know that if rats were given a chance to have as much alcohol as they want, they would progressively escalate their dose. And as God, we can restrict the amount of alcohol they're given, and that doesn't happen if the amount is restricted. But if they're given a free hand, they will, of their own volition, keep taking more of the drug. They have loss of control of executive decision making. They have cognitive decline over time. They have resistance to extinction, which means once you get them into withdrawal and you give them the drug after some time, they tend to go back to the drug at higher doses. There's increased motivation for drug seeking, so an addicted rat will run through hoops, traverse a maze, and do all of that to get more of the drug. There is preference of the drug over non-drug rewards, including food. So the rat will preferentially pick a coke or heroin or alcohol over food, starve itself even. And the resistance to punishment. So if a rat has to run across a mildly electrified floor to reach the drug, it'll do it, even though it's getting shocks on its foot pads every time it runs across the floor. And these are some of the experiments that they've done. So this is kind of like your place conditioning or Pavlov's reflex, where you keep giving the rat drug in a dark room, and then you allow it to, and don't give it the drug in a light room, and then you let the rat choose, and it'll choose to go to the dark room because it just wants more of the drug. And that's just one example. The multiple other experiments that got done. Now, this is what I was talking about. This is a new concept in psychiatry. Currently, it is recognized or outlined only for gambling. And what they did was they picked 20 compulsive gamblers. They picked 20 normal people and put them into an MRI, and they kept showing them slot machine outcomes. And what they found was, in normal people, when they saw a jackpot, their reward pathways lit up. Okay, and the fMRI is basically a functional MRI, which is like a regular scan, where you can see which part of the brains are using more blood, which means so they're more active, right? So when they put normal people in and they showed them a jackpot, the same reward pathway, the same pathway that gets activated when they're addicted to something, lit up. In compulsive gamblers, when you showed them an almost jackpot, like 2 out of the 3 were the same, the pathways lit up. So they were addicted to even the chance of winning and not actual winning. And that is why it's an addiction, right? They were the compulsive gambling was initially classified along with kleptomania as an impulse control disorder. But now, because of these fMRI studies and because we know that the same pathways are activated in behavioral addictions, they are now classified as addictions. And now, while the Association of Psychiatrists only recognizes it officially for gambling, we know there are behavioral addictions. People are addicted to sex. People are addicted to their phones, to the internet, to social media, to taking selfies. And each of them is an addiction, and in time, hopefully, we will know more about the pathways that are involved in these addictions and be able to treat them adequately. And over the years to come, this is going to be as big a problem as drug addiction. Now, coming down to habits, everybody's done this. Somebody did this in the morning as well, but I particularly like this one. If you Google habit, it's a settled or regular tendency or practice, especially that's one that's hard to give up. The example, of course, they used is that he has an annoying habit of interrupting me. But a habit is just that. It is performing actions repeatedly, usually to a particular cue. And why the brain would choose to form a habit is to take loads off the parts of the brain that normally then allow the brain to do actions automatically. So the rest of the brain can do something else. Most behavior, most movement is goal-oriented. When you start to learn to drive, and they tell you to change a gear, you have to take your foot off the accelerator, on the clutch, change the gear, take your foot off the clutch, and press the accelerator. So when you start doing it, you do it consciously. And then your car jerks and stops a few times, or you hit the accelerator too hard, or the clutch too hard. But over time, it becomes a habit. It becomes an automatic movement that happens without conscious thought, right? And that is the change from goal-oriented to habitual behavior. So any activity starts off being goal-oriented and then becomes habitual. Now, because of lack of active thought, it's very easy for some activities which are inherently not good for you to become ingrained. A classical example is, say you're working and you have a jar of candy next to you. So you're working, you reach out, keep picking up candy, keep picking up candy. It happens subconsciously, you don't realize. 2 weeks later, you're 2 kgs heavier and you're like, I didn't do anything. But subconsciously, your mind has been popping candy into your mouth. So it's very easy for a bad habit to develop when you're not paying attention. And so how habits form is the prefrontal cortex initially analyzes each activity and decides what is to gain from doing this activity. What then happens is, if the prefrontal cortex decides that it is a good idea to do this, the basal ganglia and the striatum get involved again to start coding the habit. And finally, the habit gets completely imprinted and goes back to the prefrontal cortex, and that's where the final imprint happens. A typical example of the forebrain deciding whether this is a good idea or not is my father. Now, my mother has been telling him to brush his teeth before he goes to sleep every night. Till today, his prefrontal lobe has not decided that it's worth it. So he still has to be told, right? At some point of time, she hopes that it will become a habit, but that hasn't happened yet because his mind is still resisting. That is important in the slide to come. So when we look at the striatum and we look at activities in our friendly rat, so this is a test where the rat is supposed to run down, reach the end of the T, and turn left or turn right. We don't care which way it turns. If it turns left, it gets chocolate milk. If it turns right, it gets sugar water, both of which the rat likes. But what we are looking at is the amount of time it spends in the middle confused and deciding. So as long as it's learning this process that it has to turn and run down the corridor, the striatum gets activated when it's in the middle and at the end, and not in the beginning. As the habit forms, we see a small change in activity. And finally, even if you take out the chocolate milk and the sugar, the rat will hit the dead end and turn to one side, whichever side. And at that point of time, the striatum fires in the beginning and fires in the end. And in the middle, the rat is just working on habit. The brain doesn't fire at all. It chunks that entire movement into one single activity that starts and ends, and the brain's not bothered what happens in the middle. Typically when you change gears. Those of you who drive, I mean, I drive an automatic now, but when I did drive this thing, it just happens. You don't think about it. You just clutch, change, go. So what they've realized is that if the prefrontal cortex decides whether something is worth doing, we can manipulate that prefrontal cortex to theoretically kill the formation of a habit and alter the performance of habitual movement. So the orbitofrontal and the infralimbic cortex are at the base of the brain, base of the frontal lobe. So we've seen that blocking the activity of the blocking the activity of the orbitofrontal cortex slows the formation of habits in rodents. And this behavior is incidentally endocannabinoid mediated and can be blocked, all right? And similarly, the infralimbal cortex also has a close association. So what they did in this experiment is what they can do is give the rat molecules which react to particular wavelengths of light, tag them to the receptors for that part of the brain, the infralimbic cortex of the brain, give the rat the molecules, so the molecules go sit over there. And just by shining light onto the brain of the rat, you're able to turn off and turn on that part of the brain. So when they stimulate the infralimbal cortex, it blocks habit formation, right? So no matter how many times the rat goes up and down that maze and has the sugar water and the chocolate milk, if you stimulate the infralimbal cortex, that habit does not form. Interestingly, if you have rats that already do this and they're habituated to it, and you stimulate the infralimbal cortex, they will get confused at the T. All right? So the infralimbal cortex can block habitual activity. What does that mean? It means two things. One, that habits, of course, are different from addictions. They're different only in the fact that they're on the same spectrum and at different parts of the same spectrum. So when does a habit become an addiction? Now, a habit is a learned process that persists long after an initial goal is removed. We know and we've seen that it involves different circuitry. There's no reward per se in doing a habit. It's just the brain going like, this is easier for me to not have to think about it. And it's hard to break because of slow learning and conservative memory systems. So like riding a bicycle, you never really forget because it's ingrained into your brain. But a habit becomes an addiction when you involve the reward pathway, when whatever you're doing, for some reason, is stimulating the reward pathway. That can be running. That can also be smoking, right? And if there are persistent triggers to this behavior, environmental triggers that make you keep going back to it again and again and again. And finally, when you lose conscious choice for whatever reason, all right? Now, Mark Twain once said that a habit is a habit. It's not to be flung out the window by any man, but coaxed downstairs one step at a time. That is what it is. And this is not a habit, it's an addiction. This is from The Little Prince, where he meets a tippler and he says, why are you drinking? The tippler says, so that I may forget. Forget what? Asked the little prince. Forget that I'm ashamed. Ashamed of what? Ashamed of drinking, said the tippler. So that's the difference, that this is a typical chronic alcoholic. There's loss of cognitive function, there's convoluted arguments, and how the thinking brain is no longer functioning the way it should. How does one break the habit? Now, we know that the infralimbal cortex is, we can use it in rats. We can put a needle into the rat's brain. We can fry the infralimbal cortex. We can stimulate it and see that it works. But how does it happen in people? To activate the prefrontal cortex, so to activate the part of the brain that's responsible for thought, for choice, most importantly for value. So for addictions that don't involve the requirement of pharmacology to kill the withdrawal, for say smokers, most smokers will quit when they have a heart attack. Some of them, I say most because some of them will still continue to smoke. Most smokers might quit when they have a child. And that happens because of value. That happens because for some reason, value is attached to maybe their well-being, maybe their health, maybe their children's health. And that value comes from the prefrontal cortex. That comes from the part of our brain that thinks, that imagines, that makes us human. So this can suppress the habit circuit formation in the basal ganglia. This may also override habitual behavior to convert them from just habitual behavior to goal-oriented behavior. And that is what mindfulness is. So when you go onto a diet, one of the first few things that people tell you is that focus on what you're eating. Look at your plate and don't do something else when you're eating. Don't watch TV and have dinner. Eat dinner and have dinner. Look at your food, know what you're eating. When I went through nicotine de-addiction, I was told to very clearly identify triggers that would make me want to smoke. Tea. Tea made me want to. Every time I had tea, I would want to smoke. So the trick was to either not have tea or have tea and make sure there was no cigarettes available. So have tea in air-conditioned inside the hospital. But yeah, so it's about mindfulness. So the minute you are mindful, what does mindfulness mean? It basically means focusing your prefrontal thinking cortex on what you're doing rather than letting things happen on their own. That is what mindfulness is. Now, these would work for habits, they may not work for most addictions. You can't catch somebody who's addicted to heroin and say, listen, I want you to be more mindful. He's going to be in the throes of a huge withdrawal and is going to need medication to help him through that. So yes, mindfulness helps. It might help for nicotine, but honestly, I was also on the patch, and being mindful. But most addictive substances won't happen. This may work for behavioral addictions because there's nothing else we can do. You can restrict internet access. You can put people on a restraining order and tell them not to go into a gambling, into a casino. But most cognitive behavioral therapy relies on mindfulness, and telling people to focus on what they're doing, understand why they have a compulsion to do something, and understand why they shouldn't do it, or why is it better to avoid doing it. Occasionally, medications, yes, they work in suppressing the striatal circuits and breaking the habit formation. Where is the future? We still don't know about genetics and their role in addiction. And for those of you who've read about something about addiction, there is this entire rat park experiment, and and TED Talks on how Bruce Alexander in the 70s built this huge rat park where he allowed rats to be, had other rats for socialization. They had games and little puzzles they could play. And he had he had water and he had cocaine and water and regular water. And he found that the rats didn't get addicted to cocaine because they had other things to do. There's also a TED Talk that says all addictions are because we're seeking a connection, and it's the lack of that connection that causes addiction. And unfortunately, I tend to be more biological, and we know that there are changes. Yes, genetics do have a role to play in addiction. Stress and premorbid psychiatry does have a role to play in addiction. However, we cannot deny that people who are otherwise happy can also get addicted to substances. Some people do, some people don't. And we still don't know what is that 1 or 10 or 20 factors that would get somebody addicted to something. Like the people who smoke when they drink and don't smoke otherwise. Some people can, though nicotine is probably the most addictive substance around. You know? The second is understanding more of the brain. Like I said, we still don't know. I, for one, randomly take out large parts of the brain which are either involved in a tumor or have been damaged in a head injury, and I have patients who are completely normal. I have patients in whom I've taken out the same part of the brain and they have some problem, either behavioral or memory. So we still don't know what the brain does and how much of the brain is functional. When people say we use only 10% of our brains at any given point of time, we can see only 10% of the brain active at any point of time given the tools we have today. We don't know. So the future is more research into neurobiology. And the third is, of course, pharmacological or magnetic stimulation of the parts of the brain that can probably suppress habits or addictions. And that's where the future is. Thank you. Any questions?
Hi.
Hi.
Right. So now you talked about breaking the habit and the biological, how biology would affect that. Is there any, in this perspective, what would be the way a habit is formed? Like you mentioned that once the habit is formed, in that particular slide where you had the T, you mentioned that one particular part of the brain got activated once the habit had been imprinted.
Yes.
So is there a way to coax that to happen?
So that's what, right? So to coax it to happen or to not happen?
To happen. In the sense, how a habit is formed from a biological perspective.
From a biological perspective, yes, the part of the brain that's the forebrain starts doing an activity. Let's take very simply, in order to not complicate things, our example of gas.
Sure.
Because that's a reasonably ubiquitous habit. Some of us don't brush our teeth in the morning, so we can't use that as an example. So when you start learning, you consciously do that, right? So your brain is like, okay, I need to do this to change the gear. So this is an important activity, this is a skill I need to learn. And I can't look at the road, focus on all the other things around me, and change the gear at the same time and focus on changing the gear. So it makes sense for the brain to hard code that activity as an automatic chunk of movement. So that entire right leg off, left leg on, left hand on, left leg off, right leg on. That entire movement gets coded as one chunk. And that happens over time as you keep doing it. And as your brain tells you that, yes, it's working, we don't need to pay attention to it, it's happening automatically. So that's when habit starts forming. When it completely forms, it goes into, it again gets coded back into the prefrontal cortex. So what we've seen in both rats and in fMRI studies is that both the striatum, which is the basal ganglia inside, which codes the habit, and the prefrontal lobe, where the habit is finally imprinted, both light up at the beginning and the end of the movement. All right? We have, again, extremely good data with respect to movement, to motor habits. It gets a little more complex when you start throwing in behavioral habits. Again, I will humbly submit that we still don't know why it happens. We know the how, we might know the where, we don't know the why. Right? So there's a huge lacuna of data on exactly why. So it is logical to extrapolate what happens with movement to what happens with behavior. It may be a little more complex, but it's the same set of cells that get used. And that habit is so hard to break because 2 years after having driven an automatic vehicle, I'm driving my parents' car, which is manual. And that's not gone away. It's still there, you know. So that is why habits are hard to break, because they get coded very densely. They get coded like memory. You don't forget your name. You don't forget your parents' names. Why? Because that memory is hard-coded into you. Same with habits. That gets hard-coded, then it's really hard to break.
Thanks.
Your thoughts on sugar being focused as an addiction substance?
Reward pathway. Some people don't like sugar. Some people do. So it can be sugar, it can be fat, it can be chocolate. Chocolate, of course, is a little more complicated because there are actually addictive substances in chocolate. Theobromine is addictive. It's in the same family as caffeine and nicotine. They're all alkaloids. They're all plant alkaloids, so they all have potentially addictive properties. So yes, and that can change from person to person. And I know people who don't like sugar at all, who don't eat sweets. They're addicted to salt. They want something salty. So what works is different. What turns on the reward pathway for everybody is different.
Doctor.
Yeah.
So, so just on the question of cannabis, actually, because when I've noticed when I'm going to college and university, there's some people who couldn't stop doing it. The vast majority of people occasionally tried it, never really made a difference in their lives, and sometimes use it, sometimes stop using for social or cultural reasons. Some never tried, never got into it, this thing. So could you just speak a little bit more about this, because it's a bit controversial.
Yeah, especially in today's world. So no two bones about it, cannabis is addictive. All right? To people who are, so the thing that I want to put in here is there is a concept of people who are susceptible to addiction. Children of alcoholic parents can have a tendency to be alcoholic. Some people, my personal grouse, some people can smoke only when they're drinking and not smoke normally. I can't. That's how I got back to it. I was like, maybe I'll have a smoke when I'm just drinking. Next thing you know, I'm back. So the threshold for addiction for everybody is different. That's one thing. But no two bones about it, cannabis is addictive. The lucky people have bad trips when they start off, so they're like, we're never touching that stuff again. But for people who are habitual users, they can get addicted. Now, one of the animal experiments that came about was access to the addictive substance. If you have access to it, more people will get, there will be a higher rate of addiction. There will be continued use and more frequent use, and thus a higher chance, so to speak, of getting addicted. So yes, it is addictive. Yes, people can get addicted, but our information regarding just how bad cannabis is not clear right now, because most of the studies have been on the stuff that's worse, heroin and cocaine. And unfortunately, not enough studies have been done on nicotine, which is probably mankind's greatest failing, that something as addictive and as potentially harmful as nicotine has been allowed to persist through history. We will have studies coming up in the next 10 years because of progressive legalization of cannabis. I think somebody is going to start looking at both how addictive it is and possibly the fact that if you're smoking a joint, your risk of cancer is going to be as much as smoking a cigarette. We just don't have enough data to prove that, but it's burning organic matter. So in the next 10 years, I might have an answer, but right now we don't. We just know it's addictive.
Doctor?
Yes. Savit, please.
Yeah.
I think your mic's off.
How do we help someone who's addicted to smoking? Do we wait for them to seek help, or do we interrupt? Because I don't see
Well,
health benefits?
There
It's
are
a
no
personal
health
choice.
benefits. Yeah. So again, from personal experience, you need to have a reason to quit. You need to have a reason to quit. If somebody doesn't see why they should quit, there is nothing anybody can do to get them to quit. You need to be able to activate the part of your brain that thinks. Because the kind of activation of the reward pathway that nicotine does, none of the others do. And the reason it's been allowed to persist is because the effects of withdrawal are not so profound, and the effects of intoxication are not so profound. It's not like anybody smoked a cigarette and passed out on the floor, right? They smoked a cigarette and suddenly they got more active. They got more efficient. They were able to deal with stress better. And when they didn't have cigarettes, they would either get just slightly irritated or go outside to the local shop and buy another pack of cigarettes, right? So that is an extremely hard habit to kick simply because it's so hard to find a reason to quit. And well, I smoked for 10 years, and I can rattle out statistics of the Framingham Heart Study the back of my head. It was a study done on 10,000 doctors in England, where they divided them into two groups, groups that smoked and groups that didn't smoke, and found that the smoking group had a higher risk of heart disease and lung cancer. And that was the first association that they made with nicotine and smoking. And that was conducted on doctors in England and in the US, because you had just easy access to that data. So it's impossible to convince somebody to quit. They have to find a reason on their own. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, so there is an overlap. So it is a part of a spectrum, but also there is now enough evidence to show that unless you have some form of nicotine replacement therapy, the chances of going back to smoking are very, very high. The failure rates for just people who manage to quit on their own without any pharmacological help, their risk of failure is quite high. So which is why we now have gums, patches, lozenges, sprays to just help people not go back to it. So it's true, there is a psychological component, there is also a physical component.
We have about 3 questions here,
Yeah,
so we'll just
sure.
take all of them and
Absolutely.
then we'll wrap
Yeah.
up after. So maybe I'll go
Yeah.
this time. Thank you for that wonderful talk. I think you hit it off with me with Shakespeare on the first go.
That's a good one, yeah.
And Mark Twain at the end, so that was brilliant. My question is maybe a little different. So there's so much research in the field of what addiction can do to you, what do we do to de-addict ourselves. Now that we understand what is that reward mechanism that kind of gets triggered in the brain, is there research or is there a direction in which maybe I can go where you can use the same information to kind of work for you, in the other area? So for example, like you earlier said, for someone who runs, it's a different kind of release maybe versus someone who's smoking maybe.
Yes.
So how does then one channelize that towards something that can work for you?
So when you look at, I'm going to go slightly offbeat and then swing around back. When you look at development, so what happens when the brain develops is when a child is born or it's growing even in the uterus, neurons just connect with each other. They're genetically programmed to just connect. Given 2 neurons, they will at some point of time form a connection. What happens as we grow and develop are these connections get pruned over time. And that is what maturity is, that over time, based on our genetic material, what we eat, the environmental influences, how we grow up, these connections get pruned. And as we grow, the final prefrontal thinking brain connections finally get set at about the age of 25. Whereas the limbic system gets done by around 15, 16. Which is why teenagers are far more emotional and not logical. Which is also when you can get addicted to things. So I think it's one of the Sweden, Denmark, Norway, where literally I think compulsorily they put teenagers in physical activity classes after school, or encourage them or force them literally to go do it, to have them have the same emotional release and joy from physical activity than from drugs. Because no amount of legislation is going to completely eradicate drugs from society. It's going to be there somewhere, hiding about. There's this old lady in Kormangla who'll sell you weed. But, but the thing is that you can leverage that information to distract a growing mind from getting addicted. So that's one way of doing it. The other is to replace, say, smoking with exercise. It's harder because when I told you about the threshold of the reward pathway going up, the reward pathway threshold goes up for all other substances except the substance of addiction. So nothing makes you feel good. When you're in withdrawal, nothing makes you feel good. No amount of talking to your loved ones, no amount of going out and buying something, no amount of exercise, no amount of good food, nothing helps when you're in withdrawal because of the resetting of the reward pathway. So the idea is to not get into it, probably preventive, and using the same knowledge of the pathways to get the brain to get its kicks from somewhere else.
Last question, please. I know everybody here, a lot of people here have questions, but Savitra is available and we're really running out of time. So, Sena.
So just a couple of quick questions. One is when I started consulting with psychiatrists for anxiety problems, his immediate advice to me was cut down carbs. And I found it very surprising that he told me this. And of course, later on, I figured that if I eat carbs, then it kind of stimulates me more and adds to my anxiety.
Sugar
Now,
high.
I'm wondering that, apart from the brain grain, which I discovered recently, is there any other research that is talking about, what, certain kinds of foods can do to your, I know we're talking about the brain, but I don't know if there's any scientific research that you can point to
There
apart
is-
from this. And
I-
the second quick question I also have is, how in India is cognitive behavior therapy viewed in the medical circles itself? Because if you talk about more mindfulness, for instance, like I wanted to, for instance, like see a talk on cognitive behavior therapy at Kilter, but then we constantly had this discussion and debate between us saying that, but people also look at it as pseudoscience, and so how do we kind of introduce it over here?
So pseudoscience is a tricky word. It's a slippery slope. I don't want to get onto it because there is observational science, which most civilizations did 10,000 years ago when civilizations formed. That observational science is not bad at all. They couldn't explain stuff, but they saw a correlation. They saw a correlation between Halley's Comet and a flood, or whatever. They saw that correlation. Ayurveda, for instance, will treat psychiatric disorders with gritams, which are ghee-based formulations. We know that there is something called the blood-brain barrier, which prevents anything from entering the brain unless it's soluble in fat. So they somehow found out through trial and error and experimentation that if something had to work on the brain, they had to deliver it in a vehicle of fat. So whatever is soluble in the fat would then finally get there. And they were losing out on the active molecule if they gave it either just orally or as a liquid without any fat. So pseudoscience is not something I want to get into because some of it is true, some of it is not. Yoga, if practiced properly, you are supposed to know exactly where each part of your body is in space at that point of time. It's very different from running, where you just lose yourself. With yoga, if you're doing an asana, you have to know exactly where your body is in space. And that is where your yoga becomes beneficial because you're being mindful. It's not just lying there in shavasana and going to sleep. No, that's not it. You lie there and focus on your breathing. You see how each breath goes in and out. So pseudoscience, I'm not so sure. In terms of your first question, there is neurological research I know of. Sure about psychiatric in terms of does eating carbs cause anxiety. We know that some people react to cheese and red wine very violently and have migraines. That's called the tyramine reaction. But I'm not sure if there's you are what you eat type studies in psychiatry. Cognitive behavioral therapy, unfortunately, there are very few centers that do it right. NIMHANS is one of them. They churn out a bunch of graduates every year who are reasonably well trained. But again, knowledge, the will to seek it, that's something that we need to work at more at a community level, I think.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Quickly, whatever, I'll just tell you what's up next. Joe has a bunch of announcements to make. That's Jyotsna. Tink has few questions to ask. Later, please feel free to walk in and out for coffee. We have unicycling at the back, and after which we will have the CrossFit workshop. There will be women's health discussion over there and cycling discussion over there.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Jyotsna. I work with HasGeek. I just wanted to introduce you all to somebody. Leah, Samreen, and Azhar, can you come up, please? So these are people from childhood. They have a daycare center in Whitefield, and this is a team that helps HasGeek conferences become a family event. They are the ones who are providing childcare facilities on the first floor, so please feel free to go up and have a look at the facilities and please give us your feedback. We'd like to make it much better and more family oriented. Thank you, guys. I'd like to call on the members of the HasGeek crew and the volunteers present here, please, to come up. Zainab has passed the baton of thank yous on to me. I hope I don't miss anybody. If I do, it's not intentional. This is the first time I'm doing it, so please bear with me. Can I have the editors of the conference also come up, please? So I'd like to introduce Gautam, Sandhya, Tink, and Kiran is outside. Oh, okay, Kiran's there. And Suman here. These are the people who have made Kilter what it is. And okay, all of you all had a part in it. Is that better? Yeah. Okay, thanks. We have our HasGeek team and volunteers without whom HasGeek conferences cannot be what they are. So thank you to all of you. And last but not the least, thank you to all of you for taking time out of your weekend and joining us here for discussing Kilter. Thanks.
Thanks for hanging in there. It's been a really long day and we're running a little late, but there have been so many amazing questions. You didn't get to meet our editor Venkat, who's sort of in charge of all the recipes on our website, on the blog. If you've tried any of his cheese chips or some of the things he's done at our open house, you'll know him by his food, but he had to leave a little early, so yay, thanks to Venkat. I stood up here yesterday and asked some questions to the audience because this conference might be made by the people you just saw up here, but you are the reason we have the conference. And I'd like to ask some different questions today. Yesterday I asked about how we could market it better and how could we get the word out. But today I'd like to find out, what more do you want us to do? Like, what offline activities would be interesting to you? It seems like there's quite a lot of interest in diabetes. The mental health BOF today went off like a rocket. Would you like to have open houses? We do an open house at HasGeek every Friday. We do a different topic every week. What topics would be interesting? Would you come to Indiranagar to talk about something, to converse about things? Would you like to have an activity group? You know, do you want to do like lunchtime walking once a week instead of eating lunch? Or I'm hoping to do some more circus classes. Maybe you'd like to be part of those. Chitra is about to start belly dance classes in I forget the name of the studio. So if you're interested in doing some belly dance, we've got connections. But what can we do as Kilter that would be interesting for you? What are you fascinated by? What do you want to do? Okay, you don't want to do anything. That's cool. Maybe you'd like to see some blog posts, a little more passive. Are there any topics that we should be writing about on our blog? Mental health. That's a big one. Can you be a little more specific? Yeah, that's true. Okay. So some general mental health stuff. Any other topics that would be interesting? General or specific?
Internet addiction.
More about addiction?
Internet addiction.
Internet addiction. Okay, that's one that we probably all need an article or possibly a support group for. Any body image and body positivity. I should be writing these down. Hang on, I'm going to sit here where I can write. Internet addiction.
I would like to see some more functional medicine stuff going on. So some doctors writing some really kind of
Doctors writing things.
Blogs, yeah.
Okay. How many doctors are in the house right now? Raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. How many of you would like to write for our blog? Come see me after. We'll get you on the editorial schedule. I am not kidding. All right. Anybody else have an idea for weblog articles? Hang on. Grab the mic. I can't quite hear you.
Personal journeys, I think that kind
Personal
of
journeys.
Yeah.
People's stories about how they
Something that works for them.
Inspirational stuff.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Any other ideas? Because we really want to make this blog a valuable thing. You know, I love writing for it, but I can't write everything. So, and I also don't come up with all the ideas.
I would like to see some more information about vitamins